Chapter 10. Farewell to Paradise. Han and Nebel made good time on their return trip, and Han guided the Elysian Dream down through the clouds on the night side. They saw several spectacular storm cells lit up from within by lightning, but when they landed at Colony 1 an hour or so past midnight in the short Elysian night, it was not, for a miracle, raining. Jailess Nebel turned to Han and commented, "Nice landing. I can't say I've ever done better." Han smiled at the praise and was still grinning happily as they came down the ramp and onto the landing field. Both he and the Celestin had to hastily don their infrared goggles. The night was dead black, and not a single star was visible. "Well, I'm off to get a few hours of sleep, lad," the Celestin said as he turned to head for the infirmary, where he was still under treatment, though he was no longer having to breathe filtered air. "Good night." "Night, Nebel," Han answered, and he turned yawning, toward the path that led to the administration center. "My bunk's gonna feel awful good," he thought. "Think I'll sleep in," and, without warning, something large grabbed him from behind, and a furred paw hand clamped over his mouth to stifle his yell of surprise. Han gasped as he was lifted clean off the path and carried a few steps into the jungle. Then a familiar voice breathed into his ear, "Muirg if Thori to have to do that, but Vic wath going to yell. We must be quiet." The Togorian set the Corellian on his feet again, and Han took a deep breath, preparatory to giving the giant alien a good scolding about not scaring people on dark nights. Muirg shook his furry head, and something about his expression, as seen through the infrared goggles, stopped Han in mid-word. Instead he asked quietly, "What's wrong?" "I found Mrav," Muirg said. "Pilot will be routhed at dawn to fly to Colony 2 and take her and other Thipload of pilgrims to Thbaith Station to meet an incoming Thip. Thip coming from Kethill, must be. Though no time to luth. Must escape. Now. Or Mrav will be gone." Han shook his head. He was tired, he'd been sleeping in short shifts for the past 4 nights, and it was catching up with him. Escape? Tonight? Yeth, Muirg's anxiety was catching. Han could feel adrenaline beginning to course through his body. Must escape. Tell Muirg what to do. Almost 2 hours before dawn. By sunrise Mrav will be waiting with others at Altar Place, and Vic and Muirg must be ready with Thip. Okay, pal. Calm down. Han tried to think what had to be done first. You've caught me by surprise here, and I need a second to unscramble my brain. First things first. We'll need some blasters. 5 or 6 of them. You used to live in the guards' barracks. Think you can sneak in and get them? Muirg nodded. Yeth. I will get 5 or 6 blasters. If I were you, I'd swipe 'em from the Gamorreans. They're dumb as a box of rocks, and they sleep like logs. Muirg's whiskers twitched with amusement. Yeth. Okay then. Meet me in front of the administration center in half an hour. With a final nod, Muirg melted into the underbrush. Han headed for the administration center. First item on his agenda was to knock out the colony's comm units. He didn't want anyone summoning reinforcements from the other colonies, or warning them that there was trouble afoot. When the Corellian reached the comm center, he dug in his pocket for the scrap of flimsy that Bria had given him containing all the security codes she'd gained from her foray into Teroenza's mind. There was the code for Teroenza's personal yacht, Talisman, the ship Han planned to use for their getaway. There was the code for Teroenza's private living quarters, and the code for the collection room. And there was also the code for the operations center that contained the colony's generators, the base security view screens, the droid repair shop, the weapons lockers and the comm unit. Han tiptoed through the quiet hallways, wondering if he'd catch a glimpse of Murg on his errand, but he saw not a flicker of motion. By now he knew enough about the security layout of Colony 1 to automatically avoid the bored night guards, who were most likely, from what he'd seen on his previous forays, asleep at their posts. It seemed an eternity before he reached the operations center, but finally he was there, entering Bria's code. With a soft electronic hum, the door swung open. "That's my girl," Han muttered as he crept inside. There was a guard stationed there, as Han had known there would be. A Twi'lek, asleep in the chair, feet propped up on the communit console, head-tails dangling behind him like two ropes of pallid flesh. Resounding snores vibrated through the still air. Han drew his blaster, changed the setting to stun, and squeezed the trigger. A blue, circular burst erupted, enveloping the guard. The Twi'lek jerked once, then collapsed bonelessly into the chair, looking exactly the same, except the snores had stopped. "That's a definite plus," Han muttered, holstering his gun. Stepping over to the communit, he pulled out the small multi-tool most pilots automatically carried in their pockets, and set to work loosening the casing. He intended to disable the communit, then replace the casing, so whoever tried to use it wouldn't realize for a while that it had been sabotaged. Moments later he lifted the outer shell off and put it on the floor. His eyes widened at the myriads of wires, circuits, transponders, cables and row after row of identical unlabeled compartments. Han groaned aloud. "How am I supposed to know which of these carries the line to the power generators?" Selecting a wire at random, he cut it with the multi-tool's small laser torch. The power indicator remained on. Han cut another wire. Then another. With growing frustration, he grabbed a handful of the circuits and yanked them loose. Still no visible result. Swearing under his breath, he ripped and tore and lasered ruthlessly, until he was breathing hard with the effort, and the power was still on. Over 5 minutes had passed. Stupid bored, Han snarled and, drawing his blaster, thumbed it up to full intensity and discharged it right into the middle of the stubborn console's innards. Flames shot up, the smell of singed insulation tickled his nostrils, sparks erupted. And the power indicator went out. "That's better," Han muttered grimly. For good measure, he stunned the Twi'lek again, then he turned and left. Once outside the administration center, he pulled on his goggles and headed down the jungle path at a trot. His strides came faster and faster, until he was nearly running full out, and only a headlong fall into a mud puddle slowed him down. Dripping and cursing, he climbed back to his feet and headed off again. The other buildings were ahead of him now, including Bria's dorm. Han had checked out the dorms long ago and determined that unlike the administration center and the spice factories, they were not guarded at night. After all, the Tlandatil didn't care whether anyone harmed their slaves were easily replaceable. Bria's little bunk was on the second floor. A dim nightlight glowing in the stair landing. Han tiptoed up the stairs, blaster set on stun at the ready, but he met no one. The pilgrims were so euphoric after the exaltation each night that they slept like the dead. Han wasn't sure exactly which bunk Bria occupied. Peering through his goggles, he padded quietly down the central aisle, glancing at the sleeping faces and the various types of sleeping couches, pallets and bunks favored by various species. A board creaked beneath his foot, and Han paused, holding his breath. A figure sat up in a human-style bunk, clad in a sleeveless white nightshirt. "Vic," she whispered. Han nodded and beckoned urgently. "Fast," he hissed. To his surprise, she was already wearing her pants. Grabbing her over-tunic and her sandals, she tiptoed toward him, automatically avoiding the squeaky floorboard. Together, in silence, they made a cautious way down the stairs, through the hall, and out into the blackness of the night. Bria pulled on her goggles. "Come on," Han said, catching her hand before she had time to say a word. "We've gotta hurry." He broke into a run, and she pounded gamely alongside him. Soon though, her strides shortened, and he could tell that she was fighting a stitch in her side. Slowing to a rapid walk, he towed her along the jungle path. She was breathing too hard to speak, but Han, who was in better shape, caught his breath quickly. "Tonight's the night," he told her. "I need you and Muir to start in on Teroenza's collection, while I get the guards off our backs. Think you can do it?" She nodded breathlessly. "Ganer Taz," she gasped. "Forget him," Han said curtly. "You'll never see him again, with any luck." But he, and Teroenza, she yielded to his urgent tug and began jogging again. "Going to make me marry him?" Han's eyes widened. "Ganer Taz wanted to marry you? Minions of Zender. Good thing we're gettin' outta here." Unable to speak again, she just nodded. By the time they reached the administration center, Bria had her second wind. She followed Han as he led the way down the darkened corridors to the door of Teroenza's collection room. Muir was waiting for them. At his feet lay a pile of blasters. Bria's eyes widened. "What are those for?" "Diversion," Han said. "Okay, now, here's this bypass code." Quickly he entered the code, and as before, the door opened. The three of them tiptoed into the huge dimly lit room. Han reached into Bria's desk and removed a powerful glow rod and flicked the bright light around the room. "Think we dare turn on the lights?" She nodded. "It's well sealed. I checked that last week. No way to see it from Teroenza's apartment." Han switched on the overhead lights, and the room was suddenly fully illuminated. Since Bria had taken over the maintenance of the collection, she'd rearranged the entire room. The collection cases gleamed, the shelves were far less cluttered, and the colors on the tapestries were vivid, freed from their film of dust. The room's three white central support pillars had been freshly painted. "All right," Han whispered. "You and Muir get started and begin picking out the items you selected. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, okay?" She nodded. "But what'll I carry them in?" "Last week I hid a knapsack behind the back sides of the two sprites on the white jade fountain," Han said, pointing to the huge artifact. "That'll get you started. I'll try to bring something else back with me if I see anything that'll work." "Okay," she whispered. Muir was some distance away, examining a collection of jeweled daggers. Bria hesitated, her expression anguished. Han put his hands on her shoulders. "What is it, honey?" "Vic. I've never done anything like this before." She bit her lip and gestured at the blasters Muir had brought. "Guns, and stealing. People could get hurt, even killed. You could get killed, or me." She was shivering all over. Han put his arms around her, pulled her to him. "Bria, we have to go tonight," he said, though it was an effort to keep his voice gentle and hide his impatience. "Tomorrow they're shipping Mrav to the mines of Kessel. The ship's probably going to arrive in orbit any time now to take her away. It's now or never, sweetheart." And, she was clinging to the front of his coverall with both hands. "I'm afraid of what will happen to me when I leave here. Without the exultation, how can I live without it?" "You'll have me," he reminded her. "We'll be together. I'll be with you, every minute. You'll be okay." She gulped and nodded, but 2 tears ran down her cheeks. Han gave her an encouraging grin. Hey, he said. I'm better than Ganner Taz, right? Bria managed a choked laugh, and then gave him a watery smile. Han grabbed the blasters and headed out the door, making sure it was closed behind him, then down the corridor. Carrying 6 guns in one's arms, he discovered, wasn't easy. He finally wound up shoving them into the front of his coverall and into his belt. They impeded his motion somewhat, but that was better than juggling them in his arms and fearing that one or more would fall to the floor with a crash. The night was as dark as ever, but Han knew that dawn couldn't be more than an hour away now. He managed an awkward lope down the muddy path, blasters whacking into his legs and bouncing against his chest. It took him nearly 7 minutes to reach the first glitter stim factory, and another 2 to creep up close enough to the guard, a huge Gamorrean, to stun the alien at close range. Seeing the creature's huge porcine bulk, Han gave him an extra shot to keep him quiet for as long as this was going to take him. Then he turned and walked into the factory, straight to the turbolift, the extra blasters nearly tripping him as he squeezed through the mesh door. Setting the turbolift for the bottom floor, he endured the ride down, into the night-black chill and the darkness beyond darkness. When Han reached the bottom level, the one where Bria had worked, he turned right to where he'd caught a glimpse of the containers of raw glitter stim waiting to be apportioned to the workers. Yanking the 5 blasters out of his belt, he kept the 6th as a spare, since he hadn't known to make sure his own was fully charged for tonight's escapade. Han arranged them atop the glitter stim in a tasteful, Raid Sun design. Then he quickly opened each one up and, peering through his goggles, set the powerful weapon to overload. A thin whining filled the air, growing louder, echoing in the cavernous space, as more and more whines joined the first in the dank depths of the factory. That ought to do it, Han whispered to himself, and knowing he had only minutes to get free before the whole place went boom, he bolted for the turbolift. The rush of wind across his sweating face felt good. Han leapt out, ran down the first floor of the factory, leapt over the recumbent Gamorrean, who was just beginning to snort and stir, and ran off, into the night. He was halfway back to the administration center when Han felt the ground shake and turned to see a gout of yellow flame reaching into the night. Moments later the blue sparks of glitter stim fizzed up like fireworks, sending sparkling streamers high into the air. Han could barely guess how many credits he was watching go up in smoke. It was a sobering sight. Ahead of him, he heard a commotion from the administration center, and moments later he had to jump off the path and continue through the jungle as a gaggle of yelling guards nearly ran him over. Slipping in the muck of the forest floor, Han managed to keep to a good pace as he ran the rest of the way. His boots left muddy footprints on the steps of the administration center as he pounded up them, then down the corridors toward Teroenza's treasure room. There were guards all over now, shouting and yelling questions, but none stopped or questioned Han. He made it to the door of the collection room, looked both ways, and then slipped inside. Bria and Muirg looked up, saw him, then relaxed visibly. "How's it going?" Han whispered. "Okay," Bria replied softly. "We've almost finished the A-list." "Great. What did Vic do?" Muirg asked. "Vic blew up the glitter stim factory," Han said with satisfaction. "A whole bunch of pilgrims are now out of a job." "Oh Vic, if we get caught," Bria's face was chalky. "We won't," Han said. "I've got everything under control." He reached for a hand-sized sculpture of a Torsk from Alzok III, carved from lapis, and when it proved heavier than he'd realized, yanked hard to pull it toward him. The sculpture tilted up, to reveal a snarl of wires and transponders. Somewhere, next door, in Teroenza's personal apartments, an alarm began to buzz stridently. Han stared at the sculpture, then at his fellow thieves. Oh. Chapter 11. Escape Velocity. Bria stared at Han, terrified and furious. Oh, great! Now what are we going to do? Han thought quickly. We're getting out of here. The A-list is good enough. Bria, you take the knapsack, okay? And here, take this. Pulling the spare blaster out of his belt, he handed it to her, showed her how to aim it, and where the trigger was. We may have to fight our way out of here. Wonderful, she said bitterly. Under control, right, Vic? Nothing to worry about. Han could only shrug helplessly. This time, it definitely was his fault. Which way, Muurg, the practical one, wanted to know. Through Priest's door or main door? Han considered for a second, but was saved from having to make a decision. Both doors simultaneously burst open. Teroenza stood framed in the door to his apartments, snorting with rage. Zavel and a squad of guards filled the big double doors. Han grabbed Bria and dived behind the huge white jade fountain, while Muurg took refuge behind the room's central support pillar. Get them, shrilled Zavel, moving forward on his repulsor lift sled. Teroenza charged like a mad beast, head down, horn ready. Han snapped off a shot, saw the blue stun bolt, and cursed as he thumbed the weapon's intensity up to full. The stun beam didn't even slow Teroenza down. Muurg aimed, fired, and brought down a Celestin guard. Han squeezed the trigger again, but the blaster bolt ricocheted off Zavel's sled and struck the support pillar nearest the door, burning it half through. The pillar sagged, but held. As Teroenza headed for Muurg, the big Togorian leapt out and grabbed the high priest, clutching him around the neck and by his horn. Digging his heels into the carpet, Muurg braced himself against the high priest's forward motion. The Tlandatil's momentum caused him to crack the whip, and his massive hindquarters swung around and slammed into the middle pillar with a huge thump. The floor quivered, and dust sifted downward from the ceiling. Teroenza's rear feet skidded, and the high priest went down. The ground shook again. Han aimed and snapped off a shot, and the Gamorrean screamed and fell back into the hallway. Bria edged around the fountain, blaster ready, but before she could fire, one of the guards did. She screamed and ducked as a blaster bolt blew out a chunk of the fountain, sending jade fragments flying into the air. Teroenza, struggling back to his feet, let out an anguished howl of protest. Another blaster bolt sizzled past Han, so close that the Corellian felt it singe his hair. He dropped to the floor, rolled and snapped off two more shots at the underside of Zavel's sled. As he'd intended, the blaster bolts hit the housing for the repulsor lift unit. But, instead of sinking to the floor, the sled's speed and directional controls went wild. With Zavel vainly trying to control it, the big sled hurtled forward at top speed. Seconds later it slammed into the far wall and bounced off, mowing down everything in its path. The sled cannoned around the collections room, with Zavel a helpless passenger. A Rhodian guard who was concentrating on trying to shoot Han didn't see it coming and was struck down in a spray of blood. The sled hurtled through a display case, and Teroenza screamed as he saw his precious collection of antique vases reduced to powder. The hut crashed into the opposite wall, and the entire room shook. Dust and debris rained from the ceiling. Han and Bria threw themselves flat as the hurtling sled wanged into one of the jade nymphs and shattered her. Zavel was yelling, and most of the guards by now had wisely made a quick exit. Then the sled, with Zavel's massive weight atop it, plowed directly into the room's central pillar. The support column buckled and groaned, then bent in two and snapped off, and then the one Han had partially vaporized followed suit. With a last, agonized groan, the repulsor lift sled settled to the floor and died. Han stared in frozen horror as, seemingly in slow motion, half of the ceiling rumbled, bulged, cracked, then broke into huge chunks and plummeted down. He recovered himself just in time to grab Bria and yank her out of the way as a huge chunk of stone flooring hurtled at them from the upper level. Throwing her to the floor beneath the bowl of the stone fountain, Han fell on top of her, shielding her. Zavel screamed shrilly as massive chunks rained down on him, pinning him to the shattered remains of his sled. Dust rose in a choking cloud. Coughing and gagging, Han crawled off Bria as soon as he was sure the ceiling fall had ceased. He stared at the spot where Zavel had been, but all he could see of the buried hut overlord was his spasmodically jerking tail. Teroenza had thrown himself flat beneath the protection of a massive antique table and remained relatively unscathed. When the debris stopped falling, he crawled out from under the dust and rubble of his now cracked table. Staggering toward Han, Bria and Murg, the Togorian was sheltering in the doorway to the priest's apartment. Teroenza howled, slavering with rage. Obviously still intent on revenge, the Tlandatil lowered his head, horn pointed, and charged. Han aimed and fired a bolt into his right flank, sending him crashing to the floor with a scream. The sickening smell of burned meat filled the air. A blaster bolt from one of the guards struck the fountain again, and tiny shards of sizzling stone whipped by Han's face. One buried itself in his neck, and when he yanked it free, his fingers came away slick with blood. Han sighted along the barrel of his blaster, fired, and the last guard went down in a heap. "Come on," he yelled, grabbing Bria and the knapsack and gesturing to Murg. "We're gettin' outta here." Slipping in the rubble and stumbling over bodies, the three thieves headed for the double doors. When they reached them, Han motioned his comrades back and cautiously slid his head around the edge of the door, only to be rewarded by a blaster bolt that nearly took his ear off. "Murg, take Bria out the other way," he ordered. "Go through Teroenza's door, and we'll catch them in a crossfire. On the count of 50. The Togorian nodded, and he and Bria slithered and slipped back through the ruins of the treasure room, past the moaning Teroenza, through the door of the priest's apartment. Silently, Han counted. At 15, he stuck his hand around the edge of the door and snapped off 4 quick shots, and was rewarded with a howl of agony. One more down. He waited, breathing hard, trying not to cough on the dust that still filled the air. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Han dived out the door, hit the corridor rolling, and fired. Red blaster bolts zinged past his legs and where his head would be, but he got another guard, a whip hit. As they'd planned, Bria and Murg were firing from behind the guards, and 2 more fell. The remaining 2 guards, a Deveronian and a Gamorrean, took to their heels and pounded away from Murg and Bria, leaping over Han's still recumbent body as they did so. Han got shakily to his feet, just in time to hear Murg let out a huge battle roar and grapple with who? Han couldn't see anyone. Has he gone crazy? Han wondered, but then he glimpsed a reddish-orange eye, a mouth full of teeth, and heard a loud hiss. He saw a blaster wave, seemingly in mid-air, then suddenly he could make out the pale-skinned, warty-scaled being. A skin changer. Murg growled and snarled as he savagely attacked the Ara. The Togorian was so much taller than his opponent that Murg was bent over nearly double. Han winced as the Togorian fell to his knees, grasping his foe. The reptilian creature was the exact color of the neutral walls and flooring in the dimly lit corridor. With a motion like a striking growl viper, the Togorian buried his fangs in the being's throat and ripped. Reddish-orange blood spurted into the air. Murg jumped back, and Han watched, fascinated, as the Ara sagged, then fell, with ponderous slowness, to the floor. As the being lay there, it slowly reverted from its pale color to its own natural skin tone, a grayish tan. Han didn't have to look twice to know that it was dead. Bria was staring in horror at the spot where the dead Ara lay. "He almost had me," she whispered. "If it hadn't been for Murg." "How'd you see him, pal?" Han said, holstering his blaster. "I couldn't see a thing." "I did not see him, I thmelled him," Murg said matter-of-factly. "Tagorianth hunt by thight and thmell. Murg ith a hunter, remember?" "Thanks, pal," Han said, and put an arm around Bria. "I owe you one." "Now we'd better look out," Bria yelled, and Han instinctively ducked. Bria's blaster went off in stun mode just over his head, making his ears ring. He straightened up in time to see Ganner Taz slowly crumpling to the floor as a blaster slipped from his green fingers. Han walked over to the old majordomo and, picking up his blaster, slipped it into his belt. Bria came to stand beside him. "All I can think is that if you hadn't come back today, tonight I'd have been his wife," she murmured, and shuddered so deeply that Han hugged her reassuringly. "I'm glad you only stunned him," Han said. "He may have been a lecherous old creep, but how can I blame him for being attracted to you?" He smiled at her, his eyes very intent. She glanced down, and her color rose. "I didn't want to marry him, but I'm glad he's not dead." "Well," Han said, "I owe you one, honey." "No, you don't," she said. "We're even. If it hadn't been for you, I'd be buried under that ceiling back there, like that hut." "Yeah, I'm afraid old Zavel's no longer with us," Han said. "And I suppose the huts will blame me for it." For a moment Han remembered Teroenza, who was still alive, only wounded. Should he go back and finish off the Tlandatil? The thought of walking up to a helpless sentient and coldly shooting the creature in cold blood didn't appeal to him. "Let's get out of here," he said, beckoning to Murg, who was licking Ara blood off his paws with fastidious distaste. "Come on, Murg, you can finish grooming your whiskers later. Don't forget, Mrav is waiting." As they jogged out of the administration center, they could see the glitter stim factory still shooting up blue sparks into the air, but the sky was no longer black, but lighter, almost blue. "Dawn's not far off," Han said. "Come on." The three broke into a run down the jungle path. When they neared the end, Han motioned them to stay back as he cautiously scanned the landing field. He saw no guards, apparently all of them were still fighting the fire or in the administration center. Still, they went cautiously, blasters ready, every sense alert for movement or sound. When Han reached the talisman, he quickly coded Bria's access code into the lock, then the three went up the ramp. The talisman was a little larger than the Elysian Dream, teardrop-shaped, bulging along its keel. But instead of cargo space, most of its interior was given over to lavish passenger quarters and amenities. It was proportioned and laid out for the Tlandatil, so only the pilot's cabin contained human-style seats. There was one small human-sized bunk in a guard's cabin, but the rest of the passenger cabins were outfitted with the sleeping hammocks the Tlandatil favored. Once inside, Han motioned Bria to the co-pilot's seat and instructed Murg to strap himself into one of the passenger berths. He'd never flown this particular ship during his time here. Teroenza had been too worried by the pirate attacks to risk traveling before the weapons and shield upgrades had been completed. Quickly Han familiarized himself with the controls. The talisman didn't have as much weaponry or shielding as the Dream, but for a private yacht, it was now heavily armed and well shielded. "Pre-flight checks completed, we're good to go. Strap in, folks, we are outta here," Han cried, and raised ship. The talisman responded well to his touch and seemed a willing, though rather slow, craft. "Now for Mrav," Murg called excitedly. Right, Vic? Right, pal, Han said. We should be there just at sunrise. Where are they assembling the pilgrims destined for the Kessel ship? The altar of Prometheth, Muir replied. The altar of broken promises, Bria amended, a bitter tone in her voice. I wonder whether Teroenza will survive. I didn't wound him that bad, Han said. I'll bet even now he's on his way to the infirmary and the medical droid. As he flew, he kept an eye on the map. Oh, and by the way, there's something I'd better tell you too. What? Asked Bria and Muir together. My name's not Vic Drago. My real name is Han Solo. It'd be good if you started calling me that. Han, Bria said. Why didn't you tell me before? I was afraid if I did, you might slip and give me away to Teroenza or one of his goons, Han said matter-of-factly. But I wanted you to know, so I told you as soon as I could. Vic was an alias. Yeah. One of several actually. Muir will have to get youth to Thith, the Togorian said. How close are we now? Han. We should be there in less than 5 minutes, Han replied. How are we going to do this? Bria asked. I mean, there will be guards there too. I don't know, Han said. But I'll think of something. He concentrated on his piloting, and then, when they reached Colony 2, he flew the talisman over the camp from south to north, skimming low over the treetops. You said the pilgrims were supposed to assemble at the altar, right? Han asked Muir. Yes. Okay then, I wonder if we'll have enough room to do what I'm thinking about, he muttered, peering at the view screen that showed the actual area, and also at a schematic that showed the topographical features and camp buildings. Colony 2 was over the Mountains of Faith from Colony 1, set on the northeastern edge of the Zoma-Gawanga, the shallow ocean that enclosed the entire eastern continent. I think we can do it, he muttered. I just hope the repulsor lifts on this baby are in prime working condition. We'll need to hover and lower a wire. I don't think I'll have room to actually land. Muir, go back to the middle airlock and see if there's a wire we can let down. I think most of these ships are equipped with emergency gear, and a wire and hoist should be part of it. Muir disappeared, and Han concentrated on flying a slow circuit of the colony. Bria peered out the view screen. I see them, she said excitedly. There's a big crowd assembling at the altar. Good, Han said abstractedly. Muir reappeared. Yes, we have a wire. There's a harness that can be attached to it. Okay pal. Here's what we'll do. I'm going to bring this crate down over the amphitheater, real slow. Then I'm gonna set her to hover on her repulsor lifts. Mrav has no reason to know who we are, so she's gonna have to get a look at you in order to run over to the ship, right? Yes. You're gonna have to go down in the harness and let Mrav see you. Bria, you control the wire, okay? All right Han, she said. Both of you stay sharp. There may be shooting. The ship's deflectors should protect us against small arms, but once you're outside, that won't count. Muir. I understand. If the guards get too aggressive, I can give them a burst from the ship's light laser cannon, Han said. I'll aim over their heads, so I won't hit the pilgrims, but that should make the point. Muir, get ready Han. Okay. Here goes. Carefully Han brought the talisman in over the amphitheater, wishing he'd had more time to get used to the feel of these controls. He circled the amphitheater, belly holocams on, so he could get a good look at the layout. Han was conscious of all the pilgrims looking up and pointing, as he dropped lower and lower with each pass. Finally, he was close enough to engage the repulsor lifts and hover, about 12 or 13 meters above the permacrete. Han could see several priests and a bevy of guards behind the milling crowd of pilgrims. He knew the sacerdotes must be wondering why the high priest's personal yacht was being used to ferry pilgrims to the Kessel slave ship. "That's as low as I can get and hover safely," Han yelled. "Lower, Muirg." He kept a finger poised over the controls that would lower the light laser cannon, but he didn't want to make an aggressive move first. Han could hear Bria and Muirg talking, their voices muffled by distance. He glanced over at the belly holocam screen just in time to see Muirg descending, his blaster still holstered. The cam didn't provide audio, but he watched as Muirg's mouth opened, and knew he must be calling to Mrav. Guards milled, still uncertain, but clearly uneasy. This whole scenario was highly irregular, and they were getting suspicious. One of the guards shoved his way through the crowd of pilgrims. When the human guard reached the forefront of the crowd, he had his blaster drawn and was clearly calling to Muirg to identify himself and state what he was doing. "Bria," Han yelled, turning his head, careful not to jostle the controls on the hovering vessel, "stand by. Looks like they're gonna." Two things happened simultaneously. A tall figure in a pilgrim's robe suddenly broke and raced toward Muirg's dangling figure, and the guard aimed his blaster. Han had only a glimpse of orange stripes on white fur and knew the running figure must be Mrav. He saw a spurt of blaster fire from the guard's weapon, and it was answered twice in rapid succession, by Bria and Muirg. Two more guards drew their weapons and fired. The crowd of pilgrims panicked and scattered, trampling each other and the guards. Han lowered the light laser cannon, grateful for the pirate attacks that had made Teroenza decide to beef up the ship's shielding and weapons capability. He fired a burst, careful to aim over the heads of the running, screaming crowd. More fire from the guards, and Han heard a faint yowl of pain. Checking the screen, he saw Muirg sag in his harness, clutching his side, though he still gripped his weapon. Mrav reached him a second later and leapt to wrap her arms and legs around her mate, anchoring her to him. Bria was firing steadily now, and Han saw a Gamorrean go down. The wire was ascending now, revolving slowly with its off-balance load. Mrav grabbed Muirg's blaster out of his lax hand and fired over his shoulder. Han couldn't see whether she hit her target. Han saw that most of the pilgrims had scattered, and only guards and priests remained near the altar. Many of the guards had scattered in the crowd, but a few were still there, still firing. Han targeted the altar of promises, made sure his aim had pinpoint accuracy, and fired the laser cannon again. The altar went up, with a boom Han could hear from inside the talisman. Dust spurted up, and bits of stone rained down. The priests scattered, galloping away. Han was surprised by how fast and maneuverable their huge four-footed bodies were. The guards had vanished. Quiet suddenly reigned. Seconds ticked by, but outside nothing was stirring. A few bodies, both guards and pilgrims, lay motionless where they'd been trampled in the panic. From the nether regions of the ship, he heard Bria's voice. "I've got them, let's go." Han checked that the bay doors were safely closed, then took the talisman up in a rush. The belly holocams showed a dizzying view of the amphitheater receding into the distance. Han flicked them off as he circled, checking the weather in relation to his closest escape vector. Ironically, he'd have to angle back toward Colony 1 for the best window off Alesia. Han gunned the talisman and took her south and up. "We're almost there," he thought with a rush of excitement. "Almost free." Muirg repressed a moan as his shoulder banged against the side of the talisman. He felt Bria's hands on him, then he heard Mrav's voice say, in basic, "Help me up. I can lift him." He clung to the harness with his good hand and felt Mrav's body brush against his, as she was pulled into the hovering talisman. The wound in his side was the fire stab of a night demon's talons. It was all he could do to breathe and make no sound. He was a hunter, and hunters knew how to be quiet. The blaster shots had stopped. Muirg opened his eyes as the harness revolved slowly and saw that the altar of promises had been blown apart. Perhaps that had been the loud explosion he'd heard. At the time he'd thought it was inside his head. The blaster wound was throbbing now, in waves. Muirg struggled to stay conscious as Bria and Mrav grabbed his arms and hauled him, still in the harness, into the talisman. Dimly, he was aware of the cargo airlock being sealed behind him. Then he heard Bria's voice call out, "I've got them, let's go." Muirg lay on the deck, breathing shallowly, but a little of his strength was returning. He could hear Mrav talking to Bria. "Is there a medic kit aboard?" "I'll check." With a rustle, the human was gone, leaving him alone with Mrav. With an effort, Muirg opened his eyes. When she saw him looking up at her, Mrav leaned over and lovingly rubbed his cheek with her own, exchanging scent. "My hunter," she murmured in their own language, licking his face tenderly. "You tracked me. You are the greatest hunter our people have ever known." "Mrav," Muirg managed to whisper. "Quiet," she said. "Don't try to talk. Your wound is serious, though I believe it will heal, in time." "Oh Muirg. When I saw you come down from the belly of this ship, I could not believe that it was you. For all these days and weeks, I have wondered whether you would ever find me, and you did." "You knew I was here?" Muirg was confused. "If you knew, then why?" Her lovely orange-striped features were troubled as she gave him another cheek rub. Her whiskers entangled with his own, and Muirg sighed with pleasure, despite his pain. "I had only been here a short while, when I realized that this entire place was a sham. I was searching for truths, but there are only lies here. So I told the priests I wanted to leave. They showed me your picture, Muirg. They told me if I tried to leave, they would kill you. Though you stayed. You would have torn their throat out," Muirg protested. "At the cost of your life," she shook her head, her eyes large and vividly golden. "No, my mate-to-be. I dared not take the chance. I only hoped that someday you would find me, and that you would have a ship. And, that day has finally come." Muirg nodded weakly. "Thanks to Vic. Han." Bria came running back into the cargo compartment. "I found it." Moments later Muirg's pain was ebbing, and Mrav and Bria were bandaging the wound in his side. "You're going to have an awful scar, Muirg," Bria said, sounding dismayed. "Hunters show their scars proudly on Togoria," Mrav said. "Muirg will heal, and he will have a scar everyone will envy." Suddenly the ship shuddered. Bria shouted, "Han, what was that?" "Someone's shooting at us," he yelled from the bridge. "Someone get up here and man the weapons station. I need Muirg." Muirg struggled to get up. "No," Mrav said. "I will do it. Among my people, females have the technical expertise. I am an engineer. I will do it." Muirg opened his eyes, saw Bria's doubtful expression, and said, "Believe her." Muirg was not a very good thought anyway. Ask Pilot. He closed his eyes, feeling blackness waiting behind the lids. He could resist it no longer, so, with a sigh, Muirg let himself slide under. Han glanced at the tall Togorian form that slid into the co-pilot's seat beside him and started in surprise. "You're not Muirg." "I am Mrav," the female Togorian introduced herself. She doffed her pilgrim's robe, and her glorious white and orange-striped coat blazed like fire. I will handle the weapons for you. Acquaint me with what we have, please. You will find I am a far better weapons officer than Murg. In our species, females are the technicians and experts with instruments. She glanced over at Han, and he saw that her slit-pupiled eyes were bright yellow. Besides, Murg is wounded, and in no shape for this. Is he gonna be okay? Han felt a stab of concern. He should be. My people are very strong and hardy. Bria, is that her name? Han nodded. Your Bria is with him. He is resting. Okay, Han said. This baby doesn't have a lot of weaponry, but it's got some concussion missiles and a light laser cannon. Right down there. Laser cannon to your right, missile launchers to your left. Targeting computer is straight in front of you. Very well. After spending a moment checking the board before her, she nodded. I can do this. Who shot at us? That's what I'm trying to find out, Han said tightly, studying his readouts. I don't think the priests have surface-to-air stuff, but I'm hanged if I can see. He broke off with a whoop of laughter, just as the talisman shuddered again. Mrav looked at Han, who was still chuckling, as if he were crazy. It's okay, he said. She pointed at the technical readout of their surrounding space. It showed several storm cells, safely removed in distance from their escape vector, but it also showed a small, teardrop-shaped craft rapidly gaining on the talisman. What do you mean, okay? There is someone pursuing us and shooting at us, and they are gaining. Ah, it's just old Jailus Nebel in the Elysian dream, Han said, waving a dismissive hand. The priests must have ordered him to come up here and shoot our asses down. He chuckled again. Talisman lurched slightly. Han laughed again. Mrav was staring at him, obviously wondering if his mind had snapped from the strain. Han grinned at her cheerfully. You don't understand, he said. No, agreed Mrav. Would you care to explain it to me? Sure. Jailus Nebel and I are friends. He wouldn't shoot me down any more than I'd shoot him. So he's firing his laser cannon, just missing us by a hair each time, making it look good. We're gaining speed every minute, and soon, we're gonna be out of atmosphere, and 5 minutes after that, we'll be out of the planet's gravity well. We're fine, Mrav. Trust me. Mrav's whiskers twitched. I believe I am beginning to understand. Your friend Jailus Nebel is putting on a show of attempting to shoot us down. So we have nothing to worry about. Right, Han said cheerfully. We're almost clear of the atmosphere, and if Nebel's got a grain of sense, he'll take the Elysian dream and get his droopy-jowled little carcass off Elysia too. Or maybe he's decided to hang in with the priests and ask for a raise. They'll be desperate with only one pilot left. Another near hit caused the talisman to shiver. That was close, Han muttered, checking his ship's hull and systems. The little so-and-sos showing off. He continued to track the Elysian dream as it followed them up through the last of the stratosphere, into the thin layer of ionosphere. Ahead lay the thinnest whisper of upper atmosphere, the exosphere. As they burst upward, Han turned his attention to the navicomputer, checking on the programming for their jump to hyperspace. They wouldn't be clear of Elysia's gravity well for several minutes yet, but he wanted to be ready. I see a vehicle on our sensors, Mrav said. Above us, in our path. That's just the space station. It orbits in a synchronous orbit with Colony 1, Han said, not looking up. That's where they offload the pilgrims when the ships bring them in. You must have been there. No, Han. Mrav's voice was suddenly urgent. I remember it very well, but that's not it. That's no space station, it's a spaceship. A big one. Finally alarmed, Han looked up and abruptly swore in 6 languages. That's a Corellian corvette. What's it doing here? His hands flew over the controls as he began evasive maneuvers, increasing speed and shearing away from the huge vessel. With one part of his mind, Han noted the blip that was the dream streaking off in the opposite direction. Suddenly the talisman jerked hard and bucked. The engine began to strain. "What's wrong?" Mrav demanded, just as Bria burst into the cabin. "Han, what happened?" she asked. Han cut in the auxiliary power, felt the Elysian yacht strain, but it wasn't going to be enough. "No," he yelled, frustrated, on the verge of panic. "No, we can't go back." His passengers stared at him, wide-eyed with fear, as Han began shutting down his engines to avoid burning them out. As he did so, a voice erupted from the comm unit. "Attention Talisman. This is Captain Jine Rios in command of the Corellian corvette Helot's Shackle out of Kessel. We advise you to shut down your engines. You are caught in our tractor beam." "I know," Han yelled, not bothering to activate his comm unit. "Thanks for telling me." Captain Rios went on inexorably. "We have detained you because I have been advised by planetary authorities that you have taken the talisman without authorization. These same planetary authorities have asked that we deliver you back to Ilesia to face charges there. Prepare to be boarded. Any attempt at resistance will be met with summary force." Han stared at the narrow-waisted vessel with its 11 huge reactor tubes. The corvette was easily 20 times the size of his ship. He noted that the corvette had been modified so it had a docking bay. "That's a huge ship," Bria whispered. "We're being pulled toward it, Han." "There's nothing I can do, sweetheart," Han said dully. "They've got us caught, we can't break free." "How many crew aboard that ship?" Mrav asked, staring as if mesmerized at the slave ship, the ship that had come to fetch her and the other pilgrims to a grim fate in the mines. "With a Navy crew aboard, the complement is 165. But this is a modified corvette. It's been altered to dock in space, probably to make it easier to take on cargo or slaves. Crew size is probably 40 or 50. Too many to fight," Bria said, her voice ragged. "They're not getting me without a fight," Han said. He drew his blaster and looked at them. "Who's with me?" Bria just shook her head. "The 3 of us. Against 40. Han, you've got more courage than sense." He shook his head and, with a sudden vicious gesture, holstered his blaster again. "You're right. But I don't have to like it." Without warning, a sudden crackle of a different frequency filled the control cabin. A voice spoke in rapid-fire Celestin. "Full throttle. Port turn. 7 seconds, mark." "What the?" Han's fingers moved automatically as he throttled back up, using every bit of power he could squeeze out of the main and auxiliary engines. The sound of the straining engines was painful to hear as they revved, uselessly fighting the inexorable tractor beam. By now the talisman had been nearly drawn into the gaping maw of the ship's docking bay. Only a few hundred meters separated the two ships. Han programmed his controls for a hard port turn, and his hand hovered, ready to implement the command. The engines strained and revved. In moments they'd burn out. "What's that crazy little?" He broke off with a gasp as the Elysian Dream came streaking toward them, moving at terrible speed. Everyone in the talisman's control cabin ducked as the little freighter flashed by overhead, then banked hard to starboard. Jailus Nebel took the Elysian Dream between the talisman and Helot's Shackle at full throttle. The distance was so tight that the little Celestin had to turn the Dream on her side to make it between the two closing vessels. Go, cried Han. Go Nebel. He activated the controls, turning the talisman as hard to port as he could. When the dream rushed between the two ships, it broke the tractor beam for a few precious seconds. Han's suddenly released ship ricocheted away from the Corellian corvette like a blaster bolt, shearing off to the left, while Jalis Nebel sped away to the right. Yeehaw! Han yelled in sheer exultation as he felt his ship soaring away from the Helot's shackle. As he swooped by the huge vessel, just for good measure, Han fired 2 concussion missiles at the shackle's principal solar collector and stabilizer fin, which was located dorsally amidships. He watched, open-mouthed, as the first missile wiped out the minimal shield that had been all that was protecting the fin, allowing the second missile to explode with deadly force, destroying most of the fin. They had their heavy shields down, those idiots, he whooped. They thought they had us, so they left that fin almost unshielded. He knew the corvette could still be a threat to them, so he didn't slow down. Neither did Jalis Nebel. The little Celestin was still gaining speed when Han's sensors reported several minutes later that he'd successfully made the jump to hyperspace. And where next? Han said, grinning at Bria. Say goodbye to paradise, sweetheart. With a flourish, he stabbed down at the controls that would take them into hyperspace, and gloried in the sudden surge of power that thrust them out of real space and into star-streaked brilliance. Home free, Han whispered, and slumped into his seat, only just now aware of how very, very tired he was. Bria smiled at him and squeezed his hand. Mrav gave him a cheek rub. Thank you, they both whispered. Han had never felt so good. Chapter 12. Tagoria. Han awakened to the sound of soft, muffled sobbing. He had been sleeping on the floor in Teroenza's living area, on a pile of expensive carpets he'd dragged into place. He'd insisted that Bria take the one human-style bed. Since Mrav had been the only one who'd gotten any rest the previous night, she'd volunteered to doze in the pilot's seat and keep an eye out for alarms, though now that they'd reached hyperspace, there wasn't much that could go wrong. Han sat up with a groan, feeling stiff. Yesterday had been a hard day, and he now remembered, belatedly, that he hadn't eaten anything. Thirst was even worse than hunger. Climbing to his feet, he staggered over to the room's water dispenser and drank several cups. As he did so, his hand brushed his face, and he frowned as he touched his chin and felt thick generous stubble. He had forgotten to shave since before they'd landed on Null Huda. The sounds of human sobbing had stopped. Han grabbed his clothes and went into the luxurious refresher unit, glad that it contained appointments for almost all types of species. He even managed to find a shaver. Minutes later, clothed and feeling considerably better, he went in search of Bria. He found her in the tiny guard's room, sitting up on the little bunk, arms around her knees, her face pressed against them. Hey, Han whispered. What's wrong? What's happened? She didn't raise her face, just waved him away. No, please, just let me alone. I'll be all right. I don't want you to see me like this. She sniffled. I look terrible. Han sat down beside her, but didn't touch her. I look terrible too, he said. We could all do with a change of clothes. Hey, he joked, trying to make her look at him, at least I got rid of the beard. That's a big improvement. She raised her head and gave him a watery smile. Her nose and eyes were red, but she still looked lovely to Han. You did look kind of scruffy. Last night. Han drew himself up, pretending to take umbrage. Scruffy? Me? Never. He slid an arm around her gently. Bria honey, what's wrong? Tell me. She began to shudder. It's the exaltation, Han. I woke up and realized that the pilgrims are gathering for devotions right now. And I realized I'll never have it again, never feel that good again. Han didn't know what to say. He realized that Bria was missing the physical and emotional sensations that accompanied the exaltation, just as an addict would miss a dose of his or her drug of choice. The realization scared him. Would Bria be able to fight this dependency and win? Or would she go through life mourning what she'd lost? I think it's natural, he said cautiously, not wanting to frighten her by voicing his real thoughts. Of course you'd miss it for a day or so, maybe a week. But we'll all help you through it, honey. You're a strong person. You'll get through it. And then, he made an all-encompassing gesture with his hand, it's a big galaxy, sweetheart. And it's all ours now. We'll sell Teroenza's stuff, and sell the talisman, she broke in. Yeah, I'm afraid it's too recognizable. I'll take Muurg and Mrav home, and then we'll look for a place to sell this ship. I think I know one. A used ship dealer on Traelus, in the Corellian system. But we can easily book passage on a ship from there to Corellia. He gave her shoulders a squeeze. And there's one big advantage to that. I won't be busy piloting. You'll have my, gently he kissed her cheek, undivided attention. She swallowed and looked flustered. Han started to lean toward her again, but she pulled back, slightly, and he took the hint. She bit her lip, her blue-green eyes haunted. Oh Han, what if I can't get over this longing? Han, she twisted her hands together in a convulsive gesture, it's worse than a longing. It's like a craving. My whole self is crying out to be exalted. I feel like someone punched a big hole in me and took part of me away. She began to shiver violently. Han pulled her to him, held her tightly, and stroked her hair, murmuring words of comfort. Inside though, his mind was racing, and he realized that he was scared too. Scared of how much he felt for this woman. Han had had some pretty definite plans regarding Bria that had involved them spending copious amounts of time alone, in each other's arms. But she's not ready for that, he realized with a sinking feeling. She needs a friend, not a lover. How long would it take for Bria to regain herself? Only time would tell. Coming up on Tagoria, Han said, where should I land us? Our largest city is Karas, Mrav told him, indicating an area on the schematic of the planet. From Karas we can send a messenger to the Margrave of Tagoria, the ruler of all the male hunters. There is a landing field just outside Karas. We do not have our own ships yet, but traders and passenger ships from other worlds visit our planet. Okay then, Karas it is, Han said. With great care he piloted the talisman down to a perfect landing in the center of the field. At the moment, no other ships were present. Muurg, Han said as he updated his log, are you too worried about reprisals from the Tlandatil or the Hutts? Not greatly, Muurg said, ostentatiously flexing his claws. When Mrav and I have assembled our tribes, we will be wed. It is then traditional with our people for a newly married couple to spend a long, what do you call it? He said a word in his own language to Mrav, whose basic was much better than his own. Honeymoon, she supplied. Yes, a long honeymoon together. Remember that on our world, male and female live separately for much of each year. Once we are past our honeymoon, Mrav and I will see each other only once a year, for about a month. It is our way of life. But first, the giant Tagorian gave his mate-to-be a cheek rub. We will spend a long time together, just the two of us, in the mountains. The Hutt and Elysians will not find us, and our people will not tolerate their looking. Any pilot that lands on Tagoria and asked Queftianth about Mrav or Murg will be dealt with. Mrav gave a feral smile that showed many needle-sharp teeth. Not many species have the courage to intentionally anger Tagorianth. I believe moth bounty hunters would rather hunt, eat their prey. I can believe it, Han said sincerely. Okay then. We're here. Now what? Do you two just walk off claw and claw? He grinned at Bria, who gave him a wan smile. Food and rest had restored her somewhat, but he knew she was still battling her inner demons and longings. If Han must leave, Murg and Mrav will understand, said the giant male. But if Han and Bria could stay for a day or two, they would be able to stand with us at our ceremony that maketh a mated couple. You would call it a wedding. Han looked over at Bria. So, we've just been invited to a wedding, sweetheart. Want to stay for a couple of days? I think we could both use a rest. Sure, she said, and smiled at the Tagorians. Nothing could please me more. A contingent of Tagorian females, with a small scattering of visiting males, was approaching the ship. Han and his party walked down the ramp. Mrav and Murg were immediately enfolded by the crowd, amid roars and yowls and vibrating purrs of happiness. Still standing at the bottom of the ramp, Han took Bria's hand and looked around him at Tagoria. Nice planet, he said. After Ilesia, this seems like a real paradise. It is beautiful, she agreed. Just right. It was indeed a beautiful world. Overhead arced a deep blue sky, with a few puffy white clouds. The sky held just a tint of green to it, so it was almost indigo around the horizon. Tall mountain peaks shone white and glistening in the distance. Dark forests made a backdrop for a blue lake surrounded by meadowlands. Exotic green-fringed white blooms with scarlet leaves waved in the gentle breeze. Overhead, Han spotted a large flying creature, and realized it must be one of the Mosgoths Murg had told him were the principal means of travel on Tagoria. Mosgoths were large flying lizards, very intelligent. Tagorians had domesticated the Mosgoths long ago. Each species worked together to protect each other against even larger winged reptiles, the deadly Lyphons who stole both Tagorian cubs and Mosgoth eggs. As Han watched, the Mosgoth circled the landing field, and then began to descend. Han saw the Tagorian male perched on its back, guiding it by means of a nose halter. He was impressed by the rapport that appeared to exist between mount and rider. Tagorian air was some of the cleanest, most refreshing Han had ever breathed. Mrav had told him earlier that all Tagorian technology was based on solar power, for just this reason. Tagorians revered their world and had no wish to despoil it or pollute it in the name of progress, as so many other species in the galaxy had done. Han took an experimental step or two, then bounced on his heels. He felt light, almost buoyant. That fit, for Tagoria's gravity was somewhat less than Corellian or Ilesian gravity. Suddenly the crowd parted, and Murg, still bandaged but walking with almost his old confident stride, emerged, with Mrav at his side. Our clanth are being summoned for the mating ceremony, and the feast that will follow, he said. You are our welcome guest. Please, follow us. Han and Bria followed. Karas proved to be a lovely city. White native stone was used to build terraced houses against the hillsides. Everywhere gardens abounded, and parks for strolling. Tagorian females busied themselves with projects or cared for rowdy cubs. Murg explained that both female and male cubs remained with their mothers until they neared adulthood, then the males returned to the clan with their fathers to learn the ways of the hunter's life. During the next 2 days, Han and Bria rested, ate delicious meals, though they insisted on their meat being cooked, and took long strolls together around the parks, through the gardens. Han also took flying lessons from a young male, Ralph, lessons on how to ride and control a Mosgoth. With his quick reflexes and daring, Han was soon soaring astride his mount far above the treetops, glorying in the feel of the sturdy ribbed wings pumping behind him as he sat in the small saddle mounted on the Mosgoth's shoulders. The Mosgoths proved to be affectionate creatures that enjoyed having their tiny ear flaps scratched and their chests rubbed. All through the day following their arrival, Mosgoths bearing male riders arrived from all over Togoria. The word had gone out that Muirg the hunter had returned, and all his clan relatives were gathering to welcome him home and attend his and Mrav's wedding. Muirg and Mrav were kept busy relating their adventures among the stars to audiences of their people. Mrav never tired of repeating the story of what had happened to her, lest some other unwary female Togorian be sucked in by promises of an Elysian paradise. The wedding ceremony took place at sunset of their third day on Togoria. Han and Bria stood beside Muirg and Mrav as they solemnly faced their assembled clans. Their fur gleamed from hours of careful grooming. Only the small white bandage on Muirg's side marred his shining coat. On their native world, Togorians rarely wore clothing, their weather was so clement that it was seldom needed. First the betrothed couple faced their clans, turning slowly so that all might see their faces. At Muirg's signal, Han and Bria then stepped back to stand with the crowd of onlookers. Mrav and Muirg turned to face each other. Han blinked in surprise as a low, growling yowl began emanating from their throats. Both bared their teeth and hissed. Their claws sprang out. Then, so quickly that the eye could scarcely follow, they sprang at each other and went down on the ground, teeth locked in each other's throats. Growling, yowling and snarling, they rolled over and over, slashing at each other with their front paw hands. Their feet were busy too, digging deep into each other's furred belly. Han looked over at Bria, who was looking faintly alarmed. But no one in the crowd seemed to find anything amiss about what was happening. It takes all kinds to make a galaxy, Han thought. Finally, panting and growling, the two combatants broke apart. Despite the apparent ferocity of their attacks, no blood was visible on their coats. The two circled each other, and their yowls gradually died away into soft gentle noises. They stood close together, rubbing their faces against each other for a long time. Han could hear their hoarse purring from where he was standing. Then, suddenly Mrav hissed, spat and lashed out at Muirg again. He leapt at her, and then they were down on the ground again, rolling and clawing and biting. Han gave Bria's hand a squeeze. "Romantic, isn't it?" he whispered with a grin. "Hush," she replied. Moments later the nuptial pair were purring and rubbing against each other, eyes half closed with pleasure. The crowd was getting more excited. Han could hear a vibrating purr arising from all sides. Again Muirg and Mrav went through their fighting act. But this time, when they reached the cheek-rubbing stage, Muirg grabbed Mrav by the loose folds of skin at the back of her neck. Clutching her in his teeth and powerful arms, he lifted her smaller form and carried her across the circle. The crowd parted before them, opening like a door. Muirg vanished into the darkness, still carrying his mate. Moments later two loud, triumphantly ecstatic yowls broke the stillness, and then silence reigned. The crowd murmured their approval of the completion of the rite. Han was nearly knocked over by Togorian relatives of Muirg slapping his shoulders and assuring him that that had been one of the finest weddings they had ever been privileged to witness. They feasted into the night. Han and Bria slipped away to take a walk in the park, beneath Togoria's two tiny moons. The stars blazed overhead. "So," Han said, "how did today go? Is it any easier?" She nodded slightly. "A little. Sometimes I can go a whole hour without missing it, Han. Sometimes though, I feel like the minutes are just crawling by, and I'm hanging on to my sanity by my fingernails. Well, tomorrow I've got something special planned, he said, smiling at her. Get ready to have some fun. I've got everything arranged. What? She asked. What are we going to do? That'd be telling, he teased, just prepare to get up with the birds, okay? They don't have birds on Tagoria, she reminded him. Just teeny flying lizards. That's true, he said. But get up early, okay? Okay. When Bria arose the next morning, she could not find Han anywhere in their suite of rooms. But she did find a basket of fruit, a jug of fruit juice, some strips of smoked meat, and a loaf of bread on a tray. On the tray was a strip of flimsy, and written on it were the following words: dress, eat and come outside. I'll be waiting, H. Bria read the note, raised her eyebrows, then went off to do as it said. Her curiosity was so strong that it even muted the constant craving for the exultation. Sometimes the longings came in waves so intense that she felt that she might go mad. But as the days passed, such occurrences were rarer. Bria prayed to all the true gods of the universe that someday they would cease altogether. When she reached the courtyard outside the building where they'd been quartered, Bria found Han waiting for her. He was sitting astride a Mosgoth, with a pack and a blanket strapped behind the saddle. As she stood there uncertainly, he leaned down and held out a hand. Come on, climb up. She stared from him to the Mosgoth, to the open reaches of the Tagorian sky. You want me to fly with you on this creature? She asked. To fly in a spaceship, or aboard a land skimmer was one thing. To climb aboard a huge reptile and soar off into the sky seemed quite another. Sure, Han leaned over to pat the neck of his mount. This is Cadis, and she's a real sweetie, aren't you, girl? The Mosgoth arched her sinewy neck and flicked out a long forked tongue, obviously enjoying the caress. Bria took a deep breath. Okay, she said. After all, she thought, the worst that can happen is that we'll fall out of the sky and get killed. Then I wouldn't have to worry about the exaltation anymore, would I? Grasping his hand, she put a foot up onto the beast's leg, which it obligingly crooked to help her mount. With a pull and a scramble, she was up, sitting before Han. His arms were around her, as secure as a safety harness. Bria gasped, then shut her eyes as he clucked to Cadis and twitched the reins. With two huge leaping strides and a thrust of the Mosgoth's powerful wings, Han and Bria were airborne and climbing steadily. Bria opened her eyes to find herself high above the tops of the buildings. The wind rushed by her face, blowing her hair, bringing tears to her eyes. Oh, she cried. Han, this is wonderful. Yep, he said, a pardonable note of smugness in his voice. And just wait till you see where I'm taking you. Bria held the front of the saddle, with the two of them squeezed together. She wasn't too worried about falling off, and exulted in the feeling of really flying. Forests and rivers flowed by beneath them. Bria stared down at the fields, the towns and the lakes, grinning ecstatically. She hadn't felt this good since her last exaltation. But even the exaltation seemed to have lost its power over her for the moment. Leaning forward, Bria opened her mouth, drinking in the wind of their passage. She wanted to wave her arms and whoop aloud, but she resisted, not wanting to chance unbalancing the Mosgoth. Won't it tire her out, carrying double, she shouted back at Han. His voice came almost in her ear. She could feel the warmth of his breath. She's used to carrying male Tagorians. You and me together don't weigh as much as Muirk or even some of the smaller males. Cadis is fine. Half an hour later, the broad river they'd been following widened, until it branched into a large delta. Han turned the Mosgoth north, and then within a few more minutes, Bria saw the curling white breakers breaking over silvery gold sand. She turned to give Han an excited smile. The beach. I promised myself that someday we'd go to a real beach, he said. One where we could swim, and not worry about getting eaten. He was guiding the Mosgoth lower and lower now, and finally she came to a halt on the sand. Han slipped on her wing hobble, then left her to forage for herself in the nearby salt marsh. He returned, carrying the blanket and their lunch. Swim first, he asked, or food first? Bria looked at the white surf and felt the tug of the water. Her family owned a beach house on Corellia, and she'd loved to swim ever since she'd been old enough to walk. Swim, she said. Glad that she'd worn a one-piece singlet beneath her shirt and trousers, Bria pulled off her outer clothes and raced into the water. Han, having stripped down to his shorts, followed her. She soon found that, to her surprise, he couldn't swim. Never got the chance to learn, he admitted, a little embarrassed. I was always working, and when I wasn't actually working, I was swoop racing or something. I told you, the beach on Ilesia was the first time I'd ever seen a lot of water altogether. Well, said Bria firmly, today you're going to learn. You're young and strong and you've got good balance and reflexes. You'll be fine. Han proved an apt pupil. Bria was amazed at how hard he concentrated, how precisely he followed her instructions on how to move his arms, his legs, when to breathe, etc. She commented on it at one point. Han smiled sardonically. Pilots learn to follow instructions, he said. Or they wind up dead pilots. Before they came out of the water to eat, he was paddling around fearlessly in the surf and had begun to be able to coordinate his breathing with his arm strokes and leg kicks. You're a very good pupil, Bria praised as they sat together on the blanket, gazing out to sea. Thanks, he said. You're a good teacher. They shared food from the provisions he'd brought, and then they walked hand in hand along the beach. At one point a tiny lizard flew overhead, winking in shades of green and gold. Bria put out a hand and held very, very still, and the tiny thing lighted on her fingers and clung there, its wings waving gently in the breeze. Han grinned at her. You look beautiful, he said. I feel as though I own the world, she replied, half joking. This day. I'll remember it always, Han. You own this beach, he said, smiling down at her. I give it to you. It's yours, for today. The lizard took wing, still quite unafraid, and flew away. As they strolled through the breakers, Han told her more about his determination to get into the Imperial Academy. People look up to an Imperial officer, he said. Nobody's ever looked up to me for anything before, but if I can get in, that's all going to change. I'll be able to turn my life around, Bria. I'll never have to steal or smuggle or cheat anyone again. Bria's eyes filled with tears at the earnestness in his voice. She reached up and caressed his cheek gently. My heart breaks for you sometimes, she whispered. You've known such cruelty, such betrayal. He touched her cheek in return, his brown eyes intent. The wind ruffled his hair. But I also had one person who loved me, he said. Let me tell you about Dulana. They walked slowly along, hand in hand, and Bria listened as he told her about his best friend during his childhood. By the time they'd reached the blanket again, they were walking in silence. Garish Shrike sounds like he'd fit in perfectly on Ilesia, Bria said finally. He'd probably wind up running the place, Han agreed, a bleak note in his voice. He lowered himself onto the blanket and sat, arms draped across the tops of his knees, looking out to sea, his expression troubled. I should have killed him when I had the chance, Bria. But I didn't. She dropped down beside him. That's because you're a decent person, Han, she said fiercely. You think you're tough, and you are, but you're also decent. You're no cold-blooded killer like Shrike. If you'd shot him, you'd be no better than he is. He turned to her, his face profoundly intent, very serious. You're right, he said softly. Sometimes when things seem so confused, you make them all come clear, with just a few words. You're a very wise woman. Bria sat perfectly still as he leaned forward and kissed her gently on the cheek. His lips were warm. As he started to pull away, she put her hand on his cheek. Don't. His head turned, and his lips found her mouth. He tasted of sea salt. Bria closed her eyes, and time seemed to stop. After several long heartbeats, he drew back. Bria opened her eyes to find him searching her face. How was that? He asked softly, sounding a little breathless. Okay. Bria was more than a little breathless. Better than okay, she whispered, sliding her arms around his neck, feeling the sun-warmed skin of his bare shoulders. His arms went around her, holding her tightly. Much, much better. She kissed him back, and it was a long, long time before they spoke again. Chapter 13. Return to Karelia. The following day Mrav and Muirg made ready to set off on their honeymoon, and Bria and Han prepared to raise ship for the Karelian system. At their final moment of parting, Muirg grasped Han by the shoulders and shook him very gently. I will miss you, he said in his halting, but much improved basic. Must you go? You like Tagoria, you said though. Without you, I would never have found Mrav. The Margrave of all Tagoria hath asked me to tell you that you and Bria are welcome to stay forever. You can hunt with us, Han. Fly Mothgoths. We would be happy. Han smiled at the big alien. And see Bria only once a year. I'm afraid that's not the way we humans do things, pal. But thanks for the invite, Muirg. Maybe I'll come back and see how you and Mrav are doing someday. Han do that, and Thun, Muirg said, his basic disintegrating in the face of strong emotion. He grabbed the Karelian in a hug, scooping him clean off the ground. Han hugged him back. Bria and Mrav also exchanged a fond farewell. You will conquer your need for exaltation, Mrav told Bria earnestly. I did. For a long while after I made myself resist it, I grieved for it. But after many days, the longing eased, and now I never feel it. I let my anger against those slavers help me wipe the longing from my spirit. I hope I can be as strong as you, Mrav, Bria said. You already are, the Tagorian female assured her. You just don't realize it yet. Once aboard the Talisman, Han lifted the Ilesian yacht into the clear skies of Tagoria with a genuine feeling of regret. This is a good world, he said to Bria, who was sitting beside him in the co-pilot's seat. Good people too. Yes, she agreed. It was certainly good to us. I'll never forget yesterday, if I live to be 100. Han smiled at her. Me neither, sweetheart. All my life I wanted to go to the beach and just be able to act like a regular citizen. No scams, no security forces to worry about, no contraband burning a hole in my pocket. Thanks to you, I know what that's like now. She gave him such a tender smile that he leaned over and kissed her. Bria. Han hesitated, took a deep breath, and then shook his head. Squaring his shoulders, he turned back to his controls and grew very busy with his piloting. Bria sat there watching him, never taking her eyes off him as he calculated their jump to hyperspace, and fed the coordinates he'd chosen into the Navi computer. When the stars streaked by them, and they had safely made the jump, she swiveled her seat toward his and put a hand on his arm. "Yes," she said. "Go on. You were saying." Han tried to look innocent and failed. "Huh? What do you mean?" "You were about to tell me something, when you got busy piloting." "Well, we're safely in hyperspace now, so there's no reason you can't tell me." She smiled slightly. "I'm waiting." "Well, I was just thinking that I'm hungry," he finished in a rush. "Really hungry. Let's go get some lunch." "We ate before we left, barely an hour ago," she reminded him. Her expression gentle, she reached out and captured one of his hands and held it in both her own. "Tell me," she said. "Well," he shrugged. "I'm telling you I'm hungry again." "Are you?" she asked quietly. He shook his head, obviously ill at ease. No. Hey. Bria honey. I'm no good at this." "You're good at some things," she said, smiling impishly. "Like what?" he challenged, grinning back. "Like, piloting. And fighting. And rescuing people." "Yeah, I guess I am." He looked at her again, and all the sudden rush of bravado faded. "Bria, what I was trying to say was that He cleared his throat. "This is not easy." "I know," she said. "I know." Raising his hand to her lips, she kissed it, then said, "Han. I love you too." He looked both pleased and surprised. "You do?" "Yes. For a long time now. I think I fell in love with you that day in the refectory, when you wouldn't go away, no matter how much I told you to." "Really?" "I didn't know until. I don't know when I knew. But when I figured it out, it scared me, Bria. Never happened to me before. Loving someone. Or being loved. Both. Except for Dulana. She loved me, I guess. But that was different." "Yes." Her eyes were shining. "This is different. I just hope we can be together, Han." Now it was his turn, to take her hands in his. "Of course we'll be together," he said. "I won't let anything get in the way of that. Count on it, sweetheart." Han set a course for the talisman that took them far away from hut space and brought them in a leisurely 3-day trip to the Corellian system. He was deliberately prolonging his and Bria's time alone together. Inwardly, he was dreading having to go back to Corellia and meet her family. He knew almost nothing about how citizens lived, and he was pretty sure he would have trouble fitting in. He also knew that once they reached Trailus, he'd have to get busy. Han was all ready to change identities as soon as they landed on Corellia. But Bria would be wanted by the Tlanda Till and the Hutts too, and they knew her real name. The first thing Han planned to do as soon as he had credits available was to equip Bria with a fake ID. Besides, he was trying to give her as much time as he could to heal. He knew she still pined for the exaltation, though she no longer broke down in panic attacks or fits of sobbing. But several times he'd awakened in the night to find her gone. When he searched for her, he usually found her in the control cabin, sitting in the co-pilot's seat and staring out at the stars with such wistful longing in her eyes that Han felt a pang of jealousy. Why can't I be enough for her? Why isn't our love enough? He wondered. He wanted to be enough for her, wanted her to be happy and content, but he could tell she wasn't. It grieved Han, and it made him angry too. Once he tried to talk to her about it. "It's been almost 10 days. Why do you miss it so much still?" he demanded, hearing the edge of anger in his voice and unable to stop it. "Tell me, Bria. Make me understand." She gazed at him, her blue-green eyes very sad, almost haunted. "I can't explain it, Han. It's like they took a piece of me, a piece of my spirit. It's not just missing the exultation itself, the pleasure, the warmth. I'm getting past that. It's she faltered, then fell silent. He was sitting beside her in the pilot's seat, and he reached out and grasped her hands. They were cold, and he warmed them gently in his. "Go on," he said quietly. "I'm here. I'm listening." Both Mrav and Teroenza were wrong when they said only weak-minded people fall into the trap of the Ilesian religion, Bria said slowly, selecting her words with care. "Oh, some of the pilgrims may be discontented people who've never been successful in life and are looking for a way to escape responsibility. But not most of them. I got to know a lot of them, Han." "Yeah, you did," he encouraged. "Most of the Ilesian pilgrims were idealists, I guess you'd say. People who believed that there was something better, some meaning to life. They went looking in the wrong places, they got fooled into believing the priest's bilge about the one and the all, but that doesn't make their goal, their aspiration, of believing in a higher power stupid." He nodded, and saw tears gather in her beautiful eyes and spill over. Concerned, he burst out, "Bria, sweetheart. Don't tear yourself up like this. Just because this religion turned out to be a hokey fake doesn't mean life isn't worth living. We have each other. We're gonna have money. We'll be fine." Han. Gently she touched his cheek, caressed his face, and gave him a loving smile. "You're the ultimate pragmatist, aren't you? If you're not getting shot at or caught in a tractor beam, life is great, right?" He shook his head, a little stung. "I'm a simple guy, yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't understand what you're talking about, Bria. It would be nice if there were some higher power maybe. I just don't happen to believe there is. And it hurts me to see you hurt. Han, don't you realize that the only person you can really take care of and protect is you, and you, Bria," he broke in. "Don't forget that for 1 second. We're a team, sweetheart." "Yes," she said. "We are a team. But it's hard for me to be content with not being shot at or having money. I want more. You want some reason for everything that happens. You want to work to make your ideals real," he said. "Yes," she agreed. "But I understand that you don't let questions like the meaning of life torment you. You're probably the smart one, Han." "Smart?" Han frowned. "I ain't dumb, I know that, but I never pretended to be a philosopher or something." "Right. You don't go around tearing yourself up over injustice and corruption and wrongdoing. You accept things as they are, and you figure out ways around them. Right?" He thought about that, and finally nodded. "Yeah, I guess so. Maybe a long time ago, I had some ideas about how I could become someone who righted wrongs and kicked the bad guys' butts, but," he sighed and gave her a wry smile, "I think I got those ideas beaten out of me by the time I was just a little kid. When you lived under Garish Shrike's rule, you tumbled pretty quick to the fact that nobody was gonna look out for you except yourself, and that sticking your neck out for anyone else was a good way to get it whacked off." "How about Dulana?" she asked. "Yeah, I knew you'd bring her up." Han ran a hand through his hair and grimaced. "Dulana was different. We looked out for each other, yeah. But she was the only one, Bria. The only one who gave a Vrelt's ass if I lived or died. Knowing that made me pragmatist, I guess. Of course it did, she said. That's perfectly natural. But go on, he urged. You were saying about how the pilgrims were idealists. Are you one? She nodded. I think so, Han. All my life I wanted to be more, to be better, to make the universe a better place because I was in it. When I found the Milesian religion, I really, truly thought that was it. That I could somehow change the universe by believing and having faith. She smiled wryly and shrugged. Obviously, I picked the wrong thing to believe in. Yeah, he said, turning over in his mind what she'd said. But there are other things to believe in, Bria. Maybe some of them are real. Maybe you just have to find out what the real things are. She stood up and came over to him, then bent down to kiss the top of his head. He stood up and slid his arms around her, held her tightly. I know what one real thing is, she said. You're real. You're the most real person I've ever met. The most alive. He kissed her cheek, and she laid her head on his shoulder. They stood there like that for a minute, not speaking. Finally, he said, Dulana told me about something she believes in. Some sort of life strength shared by all creatures, all things. She believed in that. She swore to me it was real. Maybe I should go off to Kashyyyk, she said. On a pilgrimage. Sure, he said. Someday we'll go there. I'd like to see it. Dulana said it was a beautiful world. They live in the treetops. That would be nice, she said dreamily. Just you and me in a treetop. What would we do with ourselves all day? I can think of one thing, he said, and bent to kiss her with such passion that even the stars seemed to reel around her in long streaks, and her ears rang. No, she realized, a moment later, it wasn't Han's kiss that had caused that reaction, it was the alarm beeping to tell them they were coming out of hyperspace. Han grimaced. Talk about bad timing, sweetheart. But, later, okay. She smiled. Later. I'll hold you to it. He was already back in his seat as he checked their coordinates, but he spared a moment to give her a grin that made her heart turn over. I can hardly wait. Han set the talisman down in a privately owned landing field on Trailus. What is this place? Bria said, following him down the ramp and looking around her in bewilderment. Ships of all sizes and descriptions were clustered together. Some were little more than rusted-out hulks, others looked almost brand new. None had any identifying codes or names, however. Those markings had been scoured off by laser torches. It's like a ship's graveyard or something. Yeah. Old spaceships never die, they just wind up at Truthful Toral's used spaceship lot, Han said. When you need a ship, or you want to get rid of a ship, and you don't want to leave a trail, you come here. Her eyes widened. These ships are all stolen. Most of them, he said. Ours is too, remember? Bria grimaced. I keep trying to forget. Han glanced over at the small office set in the middle of the vast landing field. And here comes Truthful Toral himself, he said. Truthful Toral was a Duros, a tall, thin blue-skinned humanoid. Completely bald, his face was quite human except for the absence of a nose, which gave him a mournful appearance. Han stepped forward, his hand held out. Good day to you, Traveler Toral, he said. Duros loved to travel so much that the word traveler was their preferred honorific. I'm Keeled Tana, and this is my associate, Kylorium Bao. Very pleased to meet you. And I you, Toral said. Greetings to two travelers. You have time for refreshments and sharing of stories? The Duros were famed for being wonderful storytellers throughout the galaxy. A Duros had a near photographic memory for any story he or she heard. Most Duros collected stories, and apparently Toril was no exception. I'm sorry, Han said. We are in a bit of a rush. There's a passenger vessel we have to catch. I quite understand, the Duros said. Since you are taking public transport, I gather you are here to sell, not buy, a ship. You're right, traveler, Han said. It's in prime condition too. A lovely little pleasure yacht. Just needs a little refitting to be perfect for some rich Corellian family who wants to take the kids on the perfect vacation. Yacht? Bria thought Toril's voice sharpened on the word, but couldn't be sure. I will look and quote you a price, traveler Tana. Han led the way to where the talisman rested. The Duros's normally mournful-appearing features lengthened even farther when he saw the Ilesian vessel. Let me show you around, Han said, pointing at the ramp. The Duros shook his bald blue head. No need, he said. I can offer you 5,000. Firm. Han gaped at the alien, completely shaken out of his normal confident demeanor. Huh, he said blankly. What? That's crazy. 5,000 for a ship like this? That's scrap price. The Duros bowed slightly in Han's direction. Indeed it is, Traveler Drago. He bowed in Bria's direction. And Traveler Theron. Waving a hand at the talisman, truthful Toril said sadly, I agree that it is a shame to reduce such a beautiful vessel to scrap. But that is all I could do with her. The Hutts are searching for this vessel, searching intensively. As they are searching for the resourceful pilot Vic Drago, who stole her. Han turned away, and Bria saw his lips move in a scathing curse, but when he turned back to face truthful Toril, his composure was in place again. I see, he said. 5,000, firm. Yes. I might be persuaded to raise that price slightly if you and your companion would tell me your stories, Toril added hopefully. Sorry pal, no can do, Han said. He shrugged. Okay, 5,000 it is. Cash. Cash it is, truthful Toril said. Later that same day, Janel Andrus, and his wife, Drea Andrus, boarded an intersystem shuttle bound for Corellia. Bria had worried about posing as husband and wife, but Han had assured her that the Hutt security alert bulletins listed them as being single. Privately, he was worried about whether the Hutts would try to trace them, since they knew Bria's last name, but he was also aware that the Hutts wouldn't want a scene or their scam on Ilesia revealed to the public. He had to hope that would keep them from openly trying to have them arrested. Han wasn't figuring on staying on Corellia for long. The pair arrived on their homeworld early in the evening and caught a transcontinental shuttle to the southern continent, where the Theron home was located. When they arrived at the station, which Bria said was within walking distance of her home, they were tired and grubby, with no way to change clothes. Their only luggage was the backpack that held Teroenza's treasures. So, Han said, shifting from one foot to the other and looking out of the station window into a soft, foggy drizzle, now what? Find a place to hole up until morning. Or should we call em and warn em? I think I had better call, Bria said, sounding uncertain herself. Wait here. She headed off to borrow the station master's comlink. A few minutes later she was back. Han saw how drawn and tired she looked and put an arm around her. So, how'd it go? She smiled wanly. My mother nearly fainted, then she started screaming at me. She sighed. I know she loves me, but the ways she shows it makes me want to scream sometimes. She wants the best for me, as long as it's her idea of what's best." Han nodded, thinking for the first time in his life that perhaps he'd been lucky, in a way, never having to deal with parents. "So do we start walking?" She shook her head. "No. My father is coming for us in the speeder. He'll be here any minute." Even as she spoke, an expensive speeder pulled up outside of the station. A handsome, distinguished-looking man with gray hair and a heavy-set build was at the controls. As Han and Bria approached the vehicle, the man leapt out of the speeder and, laughing and crying at the same time, embraced his daughter. Long moments later he turned to shake hands with Han. "I'm pleased to meet you," he said. "I understand from Bria that you saved her from, well, from terrible things. All I can say is, thank you." "Thank you, Solo sir," Han said. "Make it Han." Theron's grip was firm. "Please, call me Ren, Han." "Yes sir." The ride to Bria's home was short. They passed through a reinforced set of security gates, then headed down a road that seemed to have no other houses on it. Han glanced to each side and saw high fences, the type he'd used to sneer at back during his days as a burglar. "Not many people live out here," he observed. "Oh, this is our land," Ren Theron said carelessly. "Bought it years ago as a cushion between ourselves and our neighbors. I'm a man who likes my privacy." He turned the vehicle into a drive that was closed with another, equally reinforced but more ornamental gate. Beyond it, Han saw the house and mumbled a virulent curse in Huttese under his breath. "Bria baby," he thought grimly, "why didn't you tell me your family was rich enough to buy and sell half of Corellia?" The house was huge, wings and modified towers, and landscaping to match. The Theron house made Cousin Thraken's place look like a cottage. Bria turned to Han and smiled tremulously. "Well, we're here." "Yeah," Han said, deliberately keeping his voice noncommittal. He could tell that Bria was nearly sick with anxiety, and he didn't want to worry her more than she was. At least there was one advantage to Bria's parents being rich: the Hutts would never dare to try to grab her while she was in her parents' home. That would surely cause a major interstellar incident, and Hutts preferred to work clandestinely. Before the party could reach the front door, Bria's mother came bursting out, dressed in a flowing gown that Han could only recognize as rich. "Darling," she gasped, enfolding Bria in her arms. Han stood off to the side, glad to be out of the way until Bria and her parents were finished with their greetings. Midway through the whole hubbub of greetings, recriminations, tears, embraces and excited questions and answers, Bria's brother came home. Han recalled Bria saying her brother's name was Pavik. Unlike his sister, Pavik Theron took after his mother, short, slender, with dark hair and green eyes. He was a handsome youth, and seemed genuinely fond of his sister. It was a long time before Bria could disengage herself from her family to introduce Han. Eyes shining, she took his hand and led him over to meet her mother, Sarah Theron, and her brother. "Pleased to meet you, Lady Theron," Han said, shaking hands and putting on his best manners. "And you, Pavik." Bria's mother's handclasp was limp and unenthusiastic. She studied Han, and he gained the quick impression that she didn't much like what she saw. He sighed inwardly. "I've got a very bad feeling about this." "Well, please come in," Sarah Theron said. "Let's all sit down. I must say, this has been a shock. I never thought I'd see my baby again, I really didn't. Bria darling, how could you do this to us?" Still murmuring recriminations, Sarah Theron led the way inside. When Han reached the parlor of the house, and they all sat down, he had to repress the urge to leap up and stride out. I don't belong here, he thought. I know it, and they know it. The thought made him angry. Refusing to let his discomfort show, Han sat down and lounged back against the opulent cushions with a deliberate show of ease. He looked around, his professional eye automatically assessing the credit value the knickknacks and decorations would have to a fence. Nice place, he said casually. Well, Sarah began. Han. Call me Han, Lady Theron, Han said. Very well Han, Bria's mother said stiffly, I gather we have you to thank for Bria's return. Her eyes were fixed on Han's blaster, and he realized that, like most citizens, none of Bria's family went armed. Tough, lady, Han thought. I don't take off my blaster for you or anybody. Live with it. Well, I tried to be helpful Lady Theron, Han replied. But I couldn't have managed without Bria. She's plenty tough when she wants to be. Good in a fight. Lady Theron stiffened, and Han realized that the woman would not regard what he'd said as a compliment. Oh dear. She murmured. Bria darling, before you sit down, why don't you go and change? Really dear, where did you get those dreadful clothes? The tailor droid at the Elysian colony, Bria said quickly, and she cast an appealing glance at Han, as if to ask whether he'd be all right. Han gave her a reassuring wave. Run along honey. Lady Theron stiffened again at the casual endearment. Bria smiled at Han, gave her mother and brother a doubtful glance, and went quickly from the room. So, Han, Pavik Theron said, what do you do? He was staring closely at Han, his eyes assessing in a way that made the pilot uncomfortable. Oh, whatever it takes to get by, Han replied carelessly. Mostly I'm a pilot. In the Navy, Lady Theron asked, brightening slightly. Are you an officer? Nope, freighters ma'am. I can fly most anything, anywhere. That's why I was on Elysia, running. Han broke off, remembering for the first time in a long while, that the contraband spice trade was highly illegal, that is, hauling cargo. Oh, murmured Lady Theron, obviously not understanding, but uncomfortable with Han's answer. How interesting. Yeah, it has its moments, Han said. I started out as a pilot, many years ago, Ren Theron said, a note of approval in his voice. When I was about your age Han. Worked my way up until I owned the shipping company. That's how I made my first million. Han thought of telling Ren Theron that he was intending to enter the Imperial Academy, but the habit of not revealing any personal information was too ingrained. He just smiled and nodded at Bria's father. Those were the exciting days sir, he said. Lots of pirates back then, right? Ren Theron smiled. I had a few run-ins. I imagine you have too. Han smiled back. A few. Sarah Theron looked from one to the other, vaguely disturbed. Oh dear. That sounds dangerous. Comes with the job Lady Theron, Han said. But I'm forgetting my manners, she said. Captain Solo, can I get you something to drink or eat? I wouldn't mind an Alderanian ale, Han said. And some flatbread with meat and cheese. We've been traveling all day. I'll tell the cook, Lady Theron said. Han was astonished to realize that the cook was a living being, a female Solonian, instead of a droid. This further evidence of wealth impressed him more than anything he'd encountered. By the time Bria re-emerged, Han was sitting out in the dining room eating. He saw her walk out and paused in mid-bite. She wore a plain blue-green dress that matched her eyes. The soft fabric had a faint sheen and clung to her in all the right places. And, for the first time since he'd known her, Bria's hair was attractively styled, brushed out into a halo of soft red-gold curls. She looked so different from the blaster-toting thief of a few days ago that it was as though she'd stepped out of another universe. It's a good thing Ganner Taz can't see her now, he thought wryly. You look beautiful, honey, he said. That's a pretty dress. Han was sophisticated enough to realize that dress probably cost more credits than the average space pilot earned in a week. She's been raised to have so much, he thought uneasily. How is she going to react to living on the salary of, first, an Imperial cadet, then an Imperial officer? Bria smiled and sat down beside him. Mother, could I have something to eat too? I'm starved. As Han and Bria munched their late-night snack, her family gathered around the table and sipped expensive vine coffee from fragile Levier-made porcelain cups, while the butler, another Solonian, waited on them. So, Captain Solo, you're Corellian, Lady Theron said, raising a delicate eyebrow to indicate that she was pretty sure he was. Han, still chewing, nodded, then swallowed. Yes, ma'am. And your family? She asked. Are you one of the Sal Solos? There was a touch of hope in her voice. They have a lovely old estate, I understand. I've met the son a few times, but Lady Sal Solo is very reclusive. I understand her health is not robust. No, Lady Theron, Han replied. No relation. Oh, she said, visibly disappointed. What branch of the family are you from then? Bria was looking very uncomfortable, Han noticed, but he couldn't tell whether she was ill at ease for him, or because of him. Don't know, Lady Theron, he said honestly. I'm an orphan, most likely. Traders found me wandering in an alley down by the waterfront near Capital Spaceport when I was a little kid. I was raised by them. Spent most of my time in space. Part of him took a perverse pleasure in watching her reaction to this information. That's odd, Pavik Theron said. You look so familiar. I know I've seen you somewhere before. Somewhere, at a barbecue, I think. I have a mental picture of seeing you at a barbecue that followed a swoop racing meet. Han stiffened inwardly. Now that Pavik mentioned it, Han remembered him too. Pavik was probably 2 or 3 years older than Han, and Bria's brother had been a frequent competitor at some of the swoop races. Due to the age difference, they'd never raced against each other, but Han remembered seeing him. And of course, every time he'd done major swoop racing, Han had been part of a family unit, created by Garish Shrike to scam wealthy Corellians out of their money. Sorry, don't remember you, he said casually. I've been off-world for the past several years. Afraid I ain't been to a Corellian barbecue since I was a kid. But I remember it distinctly, Pavik said, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. You were leaning against a swoop, eating a plate of barbecued Tralodon ribs. The picture in my mind is very clear. Funny thing about that, Han said, leaning back in his seat with a smile. People are always saying stuff like that to me. I must have one of those kind of faces, so ordinary that lots of people confuse me with other folks. I don't think you're ordinary looking, Han, Bria said, not understanding what was going on, but trying to be loyal. I don't think anyone who ever met you could forget you. You're unique. She gave him a smile. Handsome too. Han took a deep breath and managed to smile blandly at the assembled Therans. Thanks, honey, he said. But I'm really just an ordinary kinda guy. Bria finally caught the subtle hint and fell into silence. Pavik Theron continued to study Han suspiciously. Well, Sarah Theron said too brightly, I'm sure you're both tired. Captain Solo, I'll have Maronia prepare one of the guest rooms for you. Bria, obviously you'll want your room back, and, dear, I haven't changed a thing. I just knew that someday you'd come to your senses and return to us. I really couldn't just decide to leave Mother, Bria said quietly. Once you go to Ilesia, they won't let you leave. There are no ships, and there are armed guards. If it hadn't been for Han, I would never have been able to escape. Oh dear, Lady Theron said, distressed and looking as if she didn't know what to believe. Han had the impression that the woman's entire exposure to the seamier side of life probably occurred through the 3D action-adventure serials. I understand that, Bria, Ren Theron said, holding Han's eyes with his own. And I'll never forget it. Han is a hero, Sarah, and we owe him more than we can ever repay. If it hadn't been for him, we'd never have seen Bria again. He probably saved her life. Oh dear, Lady Theron was increasingly unnerved by these allusions to the danger her daughter had been in. Pavik Theron was looking increasingly skeptical. Han followed the Solonian maid, Maronia, to the room on the far side of the house. He was amused to note that his room was as far as it could possibly be from Bria's and that the master suite occupied by her parents lay between the two rooms. Bria's mother, it seemed, had decided to nip any chance of wee hours assignations between her guest and her daughter in the bud. Can't wait until we sell Teroenza's stuff and get out of here, he thought as he undressed and crawled into the bed. Bria's dad ain't so bad, he seems like he used to be a regular guy, but her mom and her brother. Han sighed and closed his eyes. Tonight, at least, Lady Theron need have no fears. He was so tired that the only thing on his mind was sleep. Funny thing about that, in some ways, spending 2 hours in the company of Bria's family had tired him out more than that whole escape from Ilesia. Bria's mother came into her room to say good night and give her a last hug before she fell asleep. It was a tearful time for both mother and daughter. They hugged and cried a little, then hugged again. I'm so glad to have my little girl back, Lady Theron whispered. It's good to be back, Mother, Bria said, and at that moment she sincerely meant it. The evening had been a strain, no doubt. But things will get better, they're bound to, she thought, trying to comfort herself. Han is so lovable. She's bound to fall for his charm and see how wonderful he is. This young man you've brought home, her mother said, almost as though she'd been reading her daughter's mind. It's fairly obvious that you're not just friends, dear. Exactly how involved are you two? Bria gazed at her mother unflinchingly. I love Han, Mother, and he loves me. He wants me to stay with him. Nobody has mentioned marriage yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if the subject came up. Her mother took a quick sharp breath, as though her worst fears had been confirmed. But something in Bria's choice of words alerted her, and like a hungry Vrelt, she pounced. I see. Well, he seems like a nice young man, though somewhat rough around the edges, dear. But you say that he wants you to stay with him. Is that what you want? Bria nodded her head, then shook it, then had to fight back tears. She shrugged miserably. Mother, I'm not sure. I know I love him, really love him, but it's been hard for me. Leaving Ilesia, finding out that the religion I believed in and was devoting my whole life to was nothing but a lie. That hurt, a lot. I feel as though part of me is missing Mother. And I also feel that I can't really promise to stay with Han when I'm not whole. Does he know you have these doubts? Her mother asked, smoothing Bria's hair back tenderly. The young woman didn't miss the spark of happiness that had flared up in her mother's eyes when she'd spoken of her uncertainty about staying with Han. She doesn't want me to stay with him, she realized with a dull ache of expectation fulfilled. I knew she'd be like this. It's so unfair. The only reason I'm uncertain about staying with Han is because of me, not how I feel about him. But she doesn't understand, she's incapable of understanding. We've talked, Bria said, unwilling to confide in her mother any more than she'd already done. And I can't imagine life without Han, so I'm going to do the best I can to stay with him and be a help to him. Her mother looked troubled, but said no more. Bria lay down and tried to sleep. Being in her old bed was a luxury after sleeping on the hard Elysian bunks, and in the ship. She missed Han's warmth though. Her bed seemed cold. Bria tossed and turned, thinking of Han, wondering what she should do. He deserves someone better, she thought sadly. Someone who can be there for him 100%. Pounding her pillow in frustration, Bria felt tears well up again. Why can't anything ever be easy? I found a man I can love, who loves me, why can't that be enough? But it wasn't. Alone in the darkness of her childhood room, Bria acknowledged that. She began to cry softly, aching with misery. After a long time, she cried herself to sleep. The next day Han left the Theron house shortly after breakfast and headed off to catch the shuttle to the nearest large city. He carried with him the backpack containing the items he and Bria had stolen from Teroenza. After the disappointing revenues received from the sale of the talisman, Han knew he had to get top price for their small treasure trove. He disembarked from the shuttle in the port city of Tyrina and went to a lockbox office, where he retrieved a few hundred credits and a set of clean IDs for one Geno-Zidanian. Then he went off to a branch of the Imperial Bank and opened an account, using the credits and ID. When that errand was finished, he went in search of an antiquities and art store he recalled from past escapades. It had been several years since he'd visited it, and for all he knew, the little store might have closed. But no, the place was still there. The sign above the door was picked out in subdued holographic lights, opalescent against the plain gray stone of the storefront. Han, toting the backpack, went inside. As he opened the door, he could hear a soft chime from deep within the store. Han saw the clerk behind the counter, but he ignored the female Solonian. Instead, he walked as directly as possible through the labyrinthine paths between the displays of merchandise, until he reached a small door set inconspicuously at the back. It was covered with an ancient tapestry depicting the founding of the Republic, and only certain customers ever discovered the door was behind it. Once there, he looked around to make sure he was alone and unobserved, then he knocked sharply, in a preordained pattern. He waited, and after another minute the sound of an electronic lock being released sounded from the other side of the door. Han raised the tapestry, slipped under it, and walked through, into the back room. The proprietor was an old man, still spry despite his stooped body, wrinkled face, and wispy yellow-white hair. Galadin Okanor had looked exactly the same in the 5 years since Han had first met him. Now he looked up and smiled at Han. "Well, it's, who, today, son?" Han smiled. "Geno-Zidanian, sir. How are you?" He genuinely liked the little man, who was at one and the same time, a genuinely respected art assessor and appraiser, and a very competent and trustworthy fence. "Oh, can't complain," said the little man. "Because if I did, what good would it do me?" he added, emitting a wheezing chuckle. "You got a point," Han said. Okanor sat down on a high stool before a table that was lit with a jeweler's and appraiser's light, specially angled and illumined to show flaws in gemstones and cracks or flaws in antiques. He waved to a seat opposite his. Sit down, Geno-Zidanian. What have you brought me today?" "Lots of things," Han said. "I'd like a price for the lot, and I'd like the credits deposited immediately in the Imperial Bank on Coruscant. Fine, fine, said Okanor. He rubbed his aged veiny hands together. You usually have good taste, Genos. Now let's see what you've brought me. Okay, Han said, and began unloading the knapsack, placing each item on the table beneath the light. He held back his favorite treasure though, a tiny golden statue of a long-extinct Corellian Palador. It was beautiful, and its eyes were flawless Carol fire gems. Okanor watched avidly, occasionally uttering a soft, oh, or ah, but he forbore to speak until Han was finished. Then he carefully picked up each piece, studied it intently, sometimes through a jeweler's glass, then placed it on the table again and went on to the next. Remarkable, most remarkable, he said finally. I am going to break a rule of mine and ask you where in the name of the galaxy you found all of this. In a museum? I do not approve of stealing from museums, you know. Han shook his head. Not a museum. A private collection, Okanor pursed his lips. I am most impressed, lad. The collector in question is a sentient of taste and discrimination. I will also tell you, young man, that he is not very particular about his acquisition sources. I recognize from their description, that at least half of these items have been reported stolen. Some have been on wanted lists for years. Doesn't surprise me, Han said. And you'll sell them to museums, won't you? Most of them, Okanor agreed. Okay then, that's good, Han said, thinking that would please Bria. That's where they should be. So, how much? Okanor named a figure. Han gave the old man a look of withering contempt and reached for his knapsack. There's a guy over in Colleen who will be thrilled to get a look at this stuff. I can see I should have visited him first, he said, reaching for the scrimshawed bantha tusk from Tatooine. Okanor named another, higher figure. Silently Han began stowing items in the backpack. Okanor sighed as though he'd just breathed his last and named another figure, considerably higher than the previous sum. And that's final, he added. Han shook his head. It better not be, Okanor. I need at least 5,000 more than that. Okanor clutched his chest and watched with anguished eyes as Han continued to stow items away in the backpack. Finally, as Han reached for the last, the tiny sculpture carved from living ice, he squeaked, No. Don't. You are killing me. Impoverishing me. I shall not be naked in the streets, Genos lad. Would you do that to an old man? Han gave him a feral grin. In a heartbeat, Okanor. I know what I need to get out of this deal, I have a pretty good idea what it's worth, and I ain't taking less. He gave the old man an intense stare. Frankly, Okanor, I can't afford to take less. I've got something important to spend these credits on. If what I've got in mind works, you won't see me again. I'll be out of all this for good. Okanor nodded. All right. You've broken me, Idanian. I'll meet your price. Good, Han said, and began taking the items out of the backpack again. He left the store with a satisfied smile, and carefully stowed his Genos Idanian IDs and the bank record into his credit pouch. He'd travel under different IDs and leave Genos Idanian clean, only using him for the bank withdrawal. He planned to store the golden Palador in a safe place he knew about. It never hurt to keep a little something in reserve for emergencies. Knowing that Okanor's credits would be waiting for him on the capital world of the Empire, Han headed down the street toward the shuttle station whistling. When Han walked up to, and through the gates of the Theron estate, he noticed a small, very sporty landspeeder hovering in the paved courtyard. He approached the door and found a young man standing inside, in the parlor. Pavik Theron and his mother were there, talking to him. When Sarah Theron saw Han, her face fell. She was hoping I'd cut and run, Han thought sourly. "Hi Lady Theron," Han said. "Is Bria around?" The young man turned to regard Han. He was a good-looking fellow, perhaps a year or so older than Han himself, and he was tastefully but fashionably dressed for an afternoon of netball. "Hello," the young man said pleasantly, holding out his hand. "I'm Dale Levar, and you are," his gaze sharpened, and before Han could speak up, he exclaimed, "Wait a minute. I thought you looked familiar. Talus Brine, right?" Han could think of no curse profound enough. He smiled weakly and shook hands. "Hi, nice to meet you." "Talus Brine," Pavik Theron said sharply. "But Sarah Theron stopped abruptly when her son nudged her, none too gently. Dale Levar was oblivious to the byplay as he wrung Han's hand. "What an honor this is. I still remember the day you set that record, and you did it by flying through the tunnel on Tabletop Mesa rather than over it. Everyone thought you were a goner, but you pulled it off." He turned to Pavik. "You mean you didn't recognize him? Is this Bria's new suitor? The swoop racing champion of all Karelia? Your record still stands, Brine. Or may I call you Talus?" "Talus is fine," Han said with a mental shrug. "The Vrelt's in the kitchen for sure this time." Bria's entrance was a welcome interruption. Han tried to catch her eye and give her a look sharp, high sign, but all her attention was for the newcomer. "Dale! What are you doing here?" "Your mother invited me over," Dale said. "You're looking wonderful, Bria. I'm so glad to see you back safely, and with such a distinguished escort. I've wanted to shake this man's hand ever since he won the swoop racing championship last year." She looked at her mother. "You invited him over, Mother? How nice." Han didn't miss the edge in her voice, and the flash of guilt in Sarah Theron's eyes. "I get it," Han thought angrily. "Mama here wanted Bria to see me next to her rich guy ex-fiancé, figuring I'd come out looking like some kind of low-life jerk." "Well, yes, dear. I knew Dale would be able to catch you up on all the news with the young crowd, much better than I could." Sarah Theron twittered nervously. Bria's lip curled, and she turned away from her mother to smile at Dale. "Well, Dale, it was lovely of you to drop by. Perhaps we can all get together for lunch someday. Who are you seeing these days?" As she spoke, she moved toward Dale, and in one smooth motion took his arm and started him moving toward the door. Han smiled inwardly. "Slick Bria, honey, nicely done." "Sullen Bellows," Dale said. "She'd love to meet Talus too. She's quite a swoop racing fan." Bria caught herself immediately, and laughed. "Well, she always was," she cast a flirtatious glance at Han. "I'll have to watch you, won't I, Talus? Sullen Bellows is gorgeous, and she's never been able to resist a swoop racer." Han smiled at her good-naturedly. "Great. Just great. From bad to worse. You gotta watch us swoop racers too. We live for danger." Half out the door, Dale Levar laughed, as though Han had said something clever. "Well, I'll call you. Nice meeting you, Talus." "Nice meeting you too," Han said. "Don't forget to call," Bria urged, and then she shut the door behind Levar and leaned against it. Silence ensued. Han had never heard such a profound silence, even inside a spacesuit in vacuum. He glanced quickly from Bria, to Pavik, to Sarah. All three were staring at him grimly. Han cleared his throat. Think I'll take a little walk, he announced. Get some air. Not meeting anyone's eyes, he left. Bria felt like screaming, then sobbing, but she struggled to control herself. The situation was bad enough without her dissolving into hysterics. She was pacing back and forth in her mother's dressing room. Pavic was sitting on the couch, waving his arms and raising his voice, and her mother was sitting in a pink brocade chair, alternating between gasped exclamations of "Oh dear," and "Bria, your brother is right, we must do something." "You heard him last night," Pavic shouted. "He denied having swoop raced, and he gave us a fake name. Han Solo, right? Who knows what his real name is?" "Stop it," Bria cried. "Han Solo is his real name." "Then why is Talus Brine listed as the swoop racing champion of Corellia last year?" Pavic said. "He can't be both, Bria. Face it, the guy's using an alias, and the only reason to do that is that he's got stuff to hide. And this is the guy you want us to accept with open arms, just because you say so." "Oh dear," Sarah wrung her hands. Bria bit her lip to keep from shrieking. "And another thing," Pavic said. "My memory is starting to come back on this, and Talus Brine wasn't Solo's only alias. The time I remembered was about 3 years earlier. He was just a kid, eating barbecue after a swoop race. This time, Solo was Keel Garrus, the son of Venedar Garrus. Remember him? That guy who went around one summer selling shares in that Duralloy asteroid, and the whole thing turned out to be bogus? A scam?" Bria did remember. But even if this Garrus man was a con artist, that doesn't mean that Han. Pavic threw up his arms in exasperation. "Sis, don't you remember how a couple of our friends' parents were nearly wiped out from buying worthless shares in that non-existent asteroid?" He snorted. "That whole Garrus family was nothing but a bunch of con artists, and that includes your new boyfriend Bria." "This is terrible," Sarah Theron said. "Perhaps we should do something." Both Bria and Pavic ignored their mother. "But Han was just a kid then," she pointed out, fighting not to give in to tears. "You admitted that. He can't be held responsible for what you say his parents did. But he doesn't have any parents, or so he told us." Bria glared at him. "Well, maybe they were his parents, and he's disowned them because they were crooked," she said. "Pavic, Han is a good person. He's had a tough life and wound up having to do things he didn't like to survive, I already know that. But he's turned around now. He's trying to make something of himself, and you won't give him that chance." Pavic snorted derisively. "If they even were his parents," he said. "Sis, don't be blinded by good looks and the fact that he rescued you. Face it, this guy may have romanced you because he'd checked our family out and found that Dad has money." "Oh dear," Sarah said. "Do you mean that the boy is a thief?" "That's exactly what I'm saying, Mother," Pavic said. "I should go and check to see whether anything is missing," Sarah Theron gasped. Oh dear, where shall I have him sleep tonight?" "Mother, he's not going to be here tonight," Pavic said. "I'm calling security. I'm sure this guy is wanted for all kinds of things." "Don't you dare," Bria cried. "If you call security I'll never speak to any of you again. You're wrong about Han. He had absolutely no idea my family was wealthy when we met. I never told him until we got here." "A guy like that has sources to check," Pavic pointed out. "He probably checked you out within days of knowing you, and found out everything he needed to know." "No, he didn't." "Bria. I'm not trying to be an ogre," Pavic said. "I'm just trying to make you see reason. I don't want you to be hurt, and I don't want you to get involved with someone who lives on the wrong side of the law. Han isn't like that. Bria cried, then taking a deep breath, she amended, okay, I admit that in the past he probably was. But he's different now. He's going to enter the Imperial Academy and become an officer. Can't you give him a chance? He's trying to change his life. That's what he's told you, Bria, but guys like that lie for a living, Pavik said. I'm calling security. Oh dear. No, Bria stared wildly at her brother, for a moment wishing she were wearing a blaster. She couldn't let him do this. Pavik's hand was actually on the connect button on the comlink, when a voice from the doorway stopped him in his tracks. Don't, Pavik. I forbid it. All of them turned to see Ren Theron standing there. But Dad, you don't know, Pavik began. Yes I do, Theron said. I've been in my study, and the door was open. I've been listening to this entire disgraceful scene, and I'm telling you, Pavik, you're not calling security. But Ren, Sarah Theron began. Her husband turned to her, his glance scathing. Sarah, I'm tired of you trying to use our daughter as a pawn to further your social ambitions. You're most of the reason she ran away last year. So stop it. Do you understand me? Ren, Sarah Theron gasped. How dare you speak to me like that? Because I'm angry, Sarah, angry clear through, Bria's father snarled. How can you be so blind? You don't understand the danger our daughter was in on Ilesia. Look. Seizing Bria's hand, her father dragged her over to stand before her mother. Taking her hands, he thrust them out before his wife's eyes. Look, Sarah. See her hands. See these scars. Those people mistreated Bria, they made her a slave. She might have died, Sarah, if not for Han. I'm grateful to him, even if you don't have the common decency to realize that. He's a good kid, and I say that Bria could do far worse. But, she whispered, wringing her hands and beginning to cry. Oh Bria, your poor hands, darling. Not one more word, Sarah. I forbid it. Ren Theron whirled around to confront his son. Pavik, you've become as judgmental and class-conscious as your mother. I'm tired of you too. Ren glared at the young man. You're talking about a man who risked his life to save Bria from slavery. Bria's right about him applying to the Imperial Academy. Han Solo is a decent guy. He reminds me of myself when I was his age. There are some incidents in my past I'm not proud of either. He deserves a chance, not jail. He deserves our thanks, not a call to Corsac. When Ren Theron stopped speaking, silence reigned. Then, with a sobbing gasp, Bria ran to her father and threw her arms around him. Thank you, Dad. Han had walked the entire length of the Theron estate, and was on his way back when he saw someone coming down the path toward him. It was Bria, and she carried a good-sized bag slung over her shoulder. Han saw her expression and stopped. What is it? Come on, she said. Before we're missed. We're getting out of here. I don't trust Pavik not to make that call to security behind Daddy's back. Han turned back toward the transport station. You sneaked out. I left them a note, she said defensively. Did you get the money transferred to Coruscant? Yeah, we're fine, Han said. They walked for a few minutes in silence, then Bria said, Someday I'd like to know all the truth. I hate surprises like this sort, Han. He sighed. I should have told you. I will tell you. Everything. I promise. I'm just not in the habit of trusting anyone. I can tell, she said grimly. Nice of your dad to stick up for me. Daddy says you remind him of himself, when he was a young pilot. She smiled faintly. I gather he led a rather checkered existence for a few years out on the rim. Han nodded and, cautiously, reached for her pack. I'm really sorry about this. Let me carry it. She sighed and surrendered her bag. Okay. It was probably a bad idea to come here anyway. After a moment she reached over and took his hand. Now it's just the two of us again. Han nodded. That's the way I like it, sweetheart. Chapter 14. Down and out on Coruscant. The trip to Coruscant was uneventful. True to his promise, Han related his history to Bria, in unvarnished detail. It bothered him to have to admit many of the things he'd done in the past, but he took his promise to her seriously, and he was as honest as he could be. At first, Han worried that Bria might be repelled by all of the things he'd done during his checkered past, but she reassured him, saying that she loved him more, now that she knew the truth. The 5-day voyage to Coruscant was a long one. Han was beginning to suffer from boredom by the time the passenger liner docked at one of the massive space stations that serviced the huge Imperial City world. From the space station, the passengers were told they'd be shuttled down to the spaceport in small ships. Han was surprised to discover that there was almost no place on the giant world where the natural ground could be seen or touched. Only in Monument Plaza, their steward told the assembled passengers who traveled on the liner Radiance. Their citizens may touch the top of the only mountain on the planet that still remains. About 20 meters of the peak extends into the air. The remainder is all hidden beneath buildings. Coruscant, it seemed, was a warren of buildings, skyscrapers, towers, rooftops and more buildings, all built one upon the other in a giant labyrinthine hodgepodge. Han raised his hand when the steward asked whether there were any questions. You say that the topmost rooftops are more than a kilometer above the lowest level streets. What's down there? The Radiance's steward shook his head warningly. Sir, take my word for it. You do not want to know. The lowest levels never see the sun. They are so far beneath the clean air that they are fetid and damp and have their own weather systems. Foul rain drips down the sides of the buildings. The alleys are infested with granite slugs, duracrete worms, shadow barnacles, and, worst of all, by the degenerate remnants of what once used to be human beings. These troglodytes are pale carrion and garbage eaters, disgusting in every way. Han whispered to Bria, sounds like my kind of place. Stop it, she hissed, smothering a grin. You are such a smart mouth. I really am. Han sat back in his seat, chuckling. I'm impossible. I don't know how you put up with me. Neither do I, Bria said, smiling wryly. The couple made their way over to one of the viewports on the station while they were waiting for a surface shuttle down. It's like some beautiful golden gem, Bria whispered. All those lighted buildings. It looks like a Karuska jewel, Han said, eyeing the planet thoughtfully. Must be where the world got its name. They were standing in line, waiting to enter the shuttle, when an official stepped forward and pointed at Han's blaster. Sorry sir, you'll have to check your weapon. Guns aren't permitted on Coruscant. Han stood there for a long moment, then with a shrug he unbuckled the tie-down strap from around his thigh, then released the big buckle that fastened his gun belt. Wrapping the belt around the holster and weapon, Han handed it over to the official and received a numbered token in return. Just give this to the official before boarding your return transport, the man said, and you'll receive your weapon, sir. Han and Bria got back into line. Han grimaced at how light his right leg felt without the customary weight against his thigh. I feel naked, he mumbled to Bria. Like I'm in one of those nightmares when you show up for something important and suddenly realize you forgot your pants. She began to giggle at the idea. I didn't know men had dreams like that too. I don't have them often, Han said grimly. Well, if nobody's armed, then it's still even, she pointed out reasonably. Han gave her a look as they started down the aisle of the surface shuttle. Honey, don't be naive. There's an underworld on this planet, and you can bet your pretty eyes they're armed. She glanced over at him as they fastened their seat restraints. How do you know? I took a look at the Imperial guards. They were all armed. I saw security guards on Alderaan, and none of the ones I saw were armed. So it's a good bet whoever they would be going up against wasn't either. But these Imperials are armed, and wearing armor too. Gotta be a reason for it. Bria shrugged. I have to admit, your reasoning makes sense. I'm gonna feel strange walking back into that bank tomorrow, with no blaster at my side, Han said, looking sadly at his empty thigh. Come on Han, she whispered, of all the places in the world, they wouldn't let you walk into a bank armed. Why not? Han asked. It's not like a guy could swipe the credits. They don't keep hardly any credit discs there, or coins either. It's all electronic data entry onto personal IDs. Good system, he added thoughtfully. Saves on guards. Well, it's a moot point, since you had to leave your blaster, she said, watching the city world grow in the viewport. Soon they'd be entering the atmosphere. Yeah. Listen, Bria, I guess this is as good a time as any to discuss contingency plans, Han said. For what? She demanded, alarmed. Are you expecting trouble? Keep your voice down, he cautioned. Nope, I'm not expecting trouble. This should be a smooth operation, a piece of cake. Geno's Idanian is clean, 'cause I only used him to open the account and deposit the money. He should be laser-proof. But baby. I learned long ago to always plan for trouble. Okay, she said. What do you want to plan for? That's a big city, a big world, Han pointed out, just as the shuttle kissed the upper edges of the atmosphere. If anything happens and we get separated, I want to set up a meeting place. Okay, that makes sense, she said. Where? The only address I know, 'cause I memorized the location a long time ago, is a bar called the Glow Spider. That's where I'll be contacting Nissi the specialist, he said, keeping his voice very low, but not quite, whispering. Whispers drew attention, Han had learned long ago, where low-voiced conversations did not. That's the guy who can get people IDs so perfect that even the Imperials can't detect them. Yeah. He's got contacts with the people in the imp offices who actually make the IDs. They're perfect, trust me. Okay, so it's Nissi the specialist. He hangs out at the Glow Spider. Got that? Nissi the specialist. Glow Spider, she repeated. Where is it? Level 132, Megablock 17, Block 5, Subblock 12, Han recited. Memorize that perfectly. This world is a maze, Bria. Silently she repeated the location to herself over and over until she could say confidently, I've got it. Good. When they reached the surface, the rooftop landing field where the shuttle landed, Han left Bria with their scanty luggage while he went over to an automated tourist center to get information and directions. He and Bria needed an inexpensive place to stay while he prepared for the entrance examinations for the academy. Han planned to rent a cheap room for the duration. When he came back to Bria, she saw that he had a palm-sized locator computer. How much did that cost? She asked, eyeing it worriedly. Their funds from the sale of the Elysian yacht were running low. Only 20, Han said. This world's too easy to get lost on, I figure. All I gotta do is enter our destination, like this, squinting with concentration. He entered, level 86, Mega Block 4, Block 2, Sub-Block 13. What's that? The place where I got us a room for tonight, Han answered, not looking up. And, there. Directions from their present location appeared on the screen. First, we take the turbo lift down to level 16, Han muttered, looking around. There. They headed for the sign marked turbo lift. Once aboard the lift, Bria gasped at the precipitous drop. They fell, and fell. Like being in space, Han said uneasily. Almost free fall. My stomach doesn't like this, Bria gulped. Fortunately, the turbolift slowed as it reached its destination. Bria staggered off, looking slightly green. Now to find Mega Block 4, Han mumbled, still concentrating on his little gadget. Then we'll go down again. Once out of the turbolift, Bria looked around her in wonder and growing claustrophobia. Everywhere buildings loomed over her, so high she had to crane her neck to see their tops. The tops of many of them supported another rooftop, probably like the one she was standing on. Even though it had been bright, but chilly, daylight up on the landing pad, here it was dark and warm. No air seemed to move in the Duracrete and Transparasteel canyons between the buildings. She heard a distant rumble of thunder, but no rain reached her, and she had no way of telling whether the storm was above her or below her. Occasional unbarricaded air shafts broke the permacrete on the rooftop, and about 100 meters away, Bria could see the abrupt line of demarcation at the end of the pavement. Evidently a thoroughfare ran at the deepest levels. She walked over to look down one of the air shafts and, after one brief glance, staggered back, head spinning and her palms crawling with vertigo. She glanced around, saw no one near her, then dropped to her hands and knees and crawled back to peek over again. As long as she wasn't standing, she thought that the dizziness might not be too bad. Nearing the edge of the lip, she held on with both hands and peered down the air shaft. The air shaft went down, and down, and down. It was amazing, frightening, to imagine her body falling down that seemingly bottomless expanse, helplessly turning and twisting in midair. Bria stared down, shaking. If she were to lean a little farther, just a tiny bit farther, she'd fall down that shaft. It would be effortless. She wouldn't have to jump, no. Just lean, and if she did that, she'd never have to feel the pangs of longing for the exultation again. She'd be free from the pain, the craving. She'd be free. Both drawn and repelled, Bria swayed, leaning farther toward the edge, farther. What are you doing? A hand grabbed her shoulder, yanking her back, away from that yawning drop into nothingness. Bria looked up dazedly, to see Han staring at her, his features twisted with worry. Bria, honey. What were you doing? She put a hand to her head, shook it dizzily. I don't know, Han. I felt so strange. Gulping, black dots dancing before her eyes, she struggled not to faint or be sick. Han pushed her head down between her knees, then knelt beside her as she trembled. He stroked her hair, hugged her tightly as her shudders intensified. She was shaking all over. Easy, easy, just take it easy. Finally, Bria looked up, feeling her shivers abate a little. Han, I don't know what happened. I felt so strange for a moment there. I think I almost fell. You did, he said grimly. It's called vertigo, sweetheart. I've seen people get it before, out in space, when they look down and lose their bearings. Come on. I know which way to go now. We're gonna take a horizontal tube for a ways. In the tube, Bria huddled against Han, and he held her gently. Gradually, her shivering eased. Doesn't it bother you? She asked. This world. It oppresses me. Fascinates me, but oppresses me too. Don't forget, I grew up in space, Han reminded her. Not much room for vertigo or claustrophobia there. I must have gotten adjusted long ago, because this place doesn't bother me. But you grew up on Corellia, with a sky above you all the time. No wonder you freaked. I'm not going to try looking down again, Bria said. Good idea. After several more turbolift descents, they reached the little hostel where Han had reserved a room and paid for it in cash out of their dwindling funds. When are you going to get our money at the Imperial Bank? Bria asked, throwing herself down on the bed and stretching out with a tired sigh. I'll go first thing tomorrow morning, Han said. Listen, honey, you look beat. I'll go get some food and bring it back here. We'll turn in early. But don't you want to see the sights? Bria asked, thinking privately that his plan sounded like the best thing she'd heard all day. Plenty of time for that. I just want to eat and then sleep. Maybe watch the vid unit, see what kind of propaganda Imperial City is putting out these days. Okay, Bria said, smothering an exhausted yawn. I like your plan. The next morning Han left Bria munching a pastry in their room and sipping stim tea. I'll be back in an hour or so, he told her. Once I've got the money, we'll head over and find that bar I told you about. What's its name? The Glow Spider, she repeated dutifully. And where is it? She recited the location. That's great, Han said approvingly. If I get lost, you can get me there. She chuckled. Is this place harder to navigate than space? In some ways, Han said. He gave Bria a kiss between the eyes. I'll be right back. Okay, see you later. With a cheerful wave, he was gone. Bria lay back on the bed with a sigh. Maybe I'll just sleep late, she thought, stretching luxuriously. The Imperial Bank of Coruscant took up 3 levels in a monstrous top-level skyscraper. Han walked up to the doors, and looked in. The lobby was enormous, all smoked glassine, black duracrete and marble, and dully shining transparent steel. Taking a deep breath, and still missing the weight of his blaster, he walked in and up to the high shining counter. The lobby was bustling with business types and citizens, and Han both looked and felt out of place in his old pilot's coverall, now stripped of all insignia, and his battered old jacket and boots. The more uncomfortable he felt, the more arrogantly he held himself. He had to wait in line for several minutes, but then found himself facing a woman clerk. She was young and pretty, but her gaze was impersonal, until Han gave her his best lopsided grin. Almost against her will, she smiled back. Good morning, Han said. I opened an account a little while ago, on Corellia, knowing I'd be comin' here. Like to withdraw the funds now. You wish to close out your account? Yeah. Very well, sir, may I have your ID card? We will transfer the funds to that, and then they will be accessible from any credit port on Coruscant or any of the inter-system worlds. Will that be satisfactory, master? Han slid the card beneath the glassine barrier to her. Idanian? That'll be okay, Han said, having to fight the urge to demand it all in credit vouchers and coin. If he did something that unusual, he'd be bound to appear suspicious. The clerk scanned the card, and her eyebrows rose slightly as she took in the amount in the account. Never expected a guy like me to have that kind of funds, Han realized, grimly amused. Sir, this sum exceeds the amount I am authorized to disburse without approval from my supervisor. If you will wait just a moment, I will get that approval, then disburse the funds to your card. There wasn't much Han could say except, okay. Left standing at the desk, he suppressed the urge to fidget, and forcibly restrained himself from overtly scanning the huge lobby for guards or security. Take it easy, he ordered himself. You know that with a withdrawal this big, they have to get it okayed. At least I know for sure that Okanor transferred the funds the way I told him to. Han saw the clerk speaking rapidly to a big, heavy-set man in a posh business suit. The man nodded, took Han's ID card, and approached him on Han's side of the barrier. Genos Idanian, he asked courteously. He had a chubby pink face, pale blue eyes, and a balding pate with sparse white hair. Yeah, Han said. I am Park Eugene Plank, the manager of this facility. I have authorized your withdrawal, sir, but before I can give you back your card, I would like to see an additional piece of ID, purely as a formality. The man smiled politely. Financial institutions are subject to these rules, I'm afraid. Will you step into my office? He waved at a glassine-enclosed cubicle. Han's hackles rose, but he could see the entire office, and there was no one else in there, no guards anywhere in evidence. Okay, he said, but I'm kinda in a hurry, so I hope it doesn't take long. Only a second, Plank assured him, waving Han on ahead. The Corellian walked into the office confidently, but every sense was alert, every muscle coiled for action. Plank's office was blandly reassuring, an expensive black marble-topped desk, with a stylus and still pad resting atop it. An ultramodern flower arrangement of black lorchads graced the corner of the desk. There were 2 visitor chairs, and Plank's expensive cloned black leather chair. Have a seat, Master Idanian, Plank said, gesturing to the chair. Han sat down. Now, if you will give me another source of ID, I can scan it in and you will be on your way. Han got the ID out without demur, but he didn't miss a move Plank made. For 2 credits, I'd hightail it outta here, he thought. I got a bad feeling about this. Plank took the ID, scanned it in. Oh dear, he said, not sounding at all surprised or regretful, I'm afraid we have a problem, sir. I have been ordered to place a freeze on your account. I cannot give you any of your money. Han was up and out of his chair. What? But what in the name of the galaxy is going on here? Plank shook his head. I only know that the bank has been contacted by Inspector Halhorn of Corsac. Your funds are suspected of being illegally accrued, and are frozen, pending a thorough investigation by Imperial and Corellian security. Han didn't waste his breath arguing, just headed for the door. His chest felt as though it were caught in a G-vise. No, it can't end like this. He was a meter from the thick smoked glassine door when he heard an electronic click. I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid I've been advised to hold you here for Imperial security forces, Plank said, sounding as if he was enjoying his chance to be a hero. Have a seat. Han turned and looked back at the fat man. He was smiling blandly, his round little pink cheeks making him look like a jolly sprite out of a child's story. I've also signaled for our guard. He should be here any moment. Please, have a seat while you wait to be arrested. Rage filled Han with a strength he didn't know he possessed. Over my dead body, he snarled, bounding forward. He threw himself over the desk, grabbing the bank manager's writing stylus as he did so. Slamming into the astonished Plank, he took him over backward in his expensive chair. In a second, he had the sharp point of the stylus positioned just behind Plank's chubby pink earlobe. One shove, he gritted, and this slides between your jawbone and your skull, straight into your brain, Plank. If you have one. You got a brain, Plank? Yes. Good, then use it. I'm already mad, so don't push me any further, understand? Han could feel all the muscles of Plank's throat contract as he swallowed. His voice was hoarse and shrill with fear. Yes. Good, Han said. Now, I'm gonna get off you, and you're gonna get up and sit back down in your fancy chair. You're gonna let your guard in when he shows up, just like everything is fine, understand? Yes. Moving precisely, Plank did as he'd been told. Han crouched behind Plank's chair, and now the hand holding the stylus sent the sharp instrument prodding into the man's back. Trust me, Plank, Han said, one good thrust into the kidney will cause you more pain than you ever want to know. Might kill you. Want to take that chance? No. Good. Here comes your guard. Let him in. Yes. The door lock clicked, and the guard entered. In a second Han was on his feet, the point of the stylus digging into Plank's throat again. Tell him. Don't move, Plank said desperately. He'll kill me. He's right, Han said with a feral grin. And I'll enjoy it too. Now you, he said, do exactly as you're told, if you want to see your next pay voucher. Place your blaster here on Plank's desk. Move real slow, understand? Yes sir, the guard said. He was an elderly human, and looked terrified at the thought of actually having to do anything besides stand around wearing his blaster. Slowly, carefully, the guard removed the blaster from his holster, placing it on the black marble. Han reached over left-handed, and picked it up. Now, under the desk. Don't come out until I tell you to, he said. Yes sir. Han placed the muzzle of the blaster against Plank's temple, still hugging the fat man to him. Now we're leaving this bank, he said tightly. We're walking out of here, slow and nice. We're heading for the turbolift. When I get there, if you've been a good little bank manager, I'm gonna let you go. Understand? Yes. Good. They were halfway across the lobby before anyone noticed that something was amiss. A man yelled, another man squawked with fear, and a woman let out a shriek. Han pointed the blaster at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. Flaming debris rained down. Everybody down, he shouted. His command was unnecessary. Every citizen was already cowering on the expensive carpet. Okay, Plank, nice and easy now. Together they moved toward the doors, then out through them. Han relaxed his grip on Plank slightly, ready to shove the big man down and then leap into the turbolift. He refused to think about what he was going to do afterwards. One thing at a time, he cautioned himself. One thing at a time. He kept a sharp lookout as he and Plank walked toward the turbolift, and so he spotted the squad of Imperial stormtroopers before they saw him. Han yanked Plank tightly against him and placed the blaster to the man's head. Don't shoot, Plank babbled as the troopers leveled their weapons. I'm the one who called you. I'm the bank manager. Han backed toward the turbolift, dragging the heavy man with him. A glance at its lights reassured him that the lift was on its way to this level. He's getting away, yelled one of the stormtroopers. Han stood before the door, tense, sweating and ready to jump out of his skin. But he betrayed none of that, only waited, his body shielded behind the bank manager's trembling corpulent form. Han heard the turbolift doors slide open behind him. Don't let him escape. Open fire, yelled the stormtrooper officer. No, screamed Plank as the sizzle of blaster bolts filled the air. Han jumped back, smelling burned flesh, dragging Plank's falling body with him into the turbolift. He snapped off a shot, just as the turbolift doors closed, then slammed his fist against the lowest button on the bank of floors. The high-speed turbolift dropped like a stone. Gasping, Han managed to stagger to his feet. One look told him Plank was dead. Too bad. He'd have let the man go, if those troopers hadn't started trouble. Han's ears popped rapidly as the turbolift hurtled down. Quickly he pulled out his map link and checked his location. If the link was correct, this lift would take him down about 150 stories, then he'd have to catch another. The moment the lift doors opened, Han sprang out. The Corellian had dragged Plank's body into the darkest corner of the lift, so it couldn't be seen from the front. Han had also shoved his blaster inside his leather jacket, but his hand rested lightly on its grip, ready to draw. The scene that met his eyes was entirely peaceful. Citizens strolled along a passageway between buildings, and from somewhere not far away music played. Han glanced at his map link as he strode along. Turn right here. And there was the next turbolift. Han passed it up as being too obvious, and went on to take a horizontal tube into the next megablock. Then came another lift down. 200 stories this time. The streets were dirtier now, as he searched for the next lift, making sure his turns were random. Down again. He was 500 stories down by now. The streets grew even seedier. One time, a gang of kids approached him as he hurried along. Han shook his head at them warningly. "Don't," he said. "Don't," the leader, a huge dark-skinned kid with a black fall of greasy hair, mocked. "Ooh, is Big Man afraid? Big Man gonna be real afraid when we get done with him." 6 vibroblades flashed in the dim squalor of the alleys the streets had come to resemble. Han sighed, rolled his eyes, and pulled out the blaster. The gang evaporated so quickly they might have been snatched up by hawkbats. Han stood there, blaster in hand, until he was certain the kids were gone. A few startled passers-by glanced at him, then quickly hurried on about their business, with a "I didn't see nothing" expression. Shoving the blaster back into the front of his jacket, Han jogged down the shadowed street toward the next lift. Another 100 stories, then another. He was 700 stories down. By now his map link was useless. How deep is this place, he wondered, boarding another horizontal lift. The turbolift reeked of human and alien effluvia. 800, 850. By now Han was moving through streets lit only by stray gleams from the air shafts, or by one glow lamps attached to the ramshackle buildings. The permacrete beneath his boots was often awash with foul-smelling viscous liquid. Noxious rain spattered down, and fungi grew thick on the stonework. No more citizens were in evidence, only darting forms that were too quick and furtive to identify. Han thought some of them might be aliens, and knowing Emperor Palpatine's poorly concealed dislike and distrust of non-humans, Han wasn't surprised to find them lurking here in the depths. 1,000 stories. 1,100. Han went in search of another lift, but couldn't find one. Instead he found a series of stairwells that took him down, and down. He was now almost 1,200 stories down. Approximately 3,600 meters below where he'd started out at the top level at the Imperial Bank. Han was panting, even though he was going downhill. The air down here was thick and humid, and smelled foul, as though he were at the bottom of a tunnel. No sign of pursuit. "I've lost them," Han thought, walking aimlessly along. He caught a flash of something scuttling along beside the front of one of the sagging sunken buildings, something that moved hunched over, like an animal, but it walked on its hind legs. Tattered scraps of cloth barely concealed pallid skin, blotched with lesions and running sores. The creature snarled at Han from behind a mat of lank filthy hair, revealing a mouth full of rotting stumps of teeth. Han truly couldn't decide whether it was, or once had been, human. The being scrambled away, hissing like a vrelt, half on its feet, half using all fours as it ran. Shaken, Han took his blaster out of his jacket and stuck it into the front of his belt, wearing it openly, hoping its presence would deter any more creatures like the one he'd seen. He passed the mouth of another alley, and there, in the ooze, several of the troglodytes crouched, tearing and ripping at something, cramming bits of it into their red-stained mouths. Revolted, Han drew his blaster, snapped off a shot over their heads, and watched them scatter. He didn't go any closer to their prey, but swallowed uneasily when he saw that human-shaped ribs protruded from the mangled chest. Minions of Zender, what kind of place is this? His legs were growing very tired. He wasn't wearing a chrono, but when he passed beneath an air shaft, Han tilted his head far, far back and stared up at the dizzying height. A faint square of pallid light was visible at the very top. Lights going. By the time I'll be able to reach the rendezvous it'll be dark. For the first time in hours, Han thought of Bria, and was very glad he hadn't taken her with him to the bank this morning. She would be worried, he knew that. With a sigh, Han found another stairway and started the long, long climb upward. By the time he'd reached a level that had such amenities as parks, and park benches to sit on, Han's legs were cramped and he was shaky with exhaustion. He slumped onto the bench, wondering for the first time, what he'd do now. He was so tired and disheartened that his mind spun like a creature trapped inside a barrel rolling downhill. Gotta think, he told himself. I can't go back to Bria like this. But, despite his best efforts, no solution to his present dilemma presented itself. Han got to his feet and shambled off toward the nearest turbolift, feeling like one of the troglodytes he'd seen, only marginally human. When he checked his locator, he found that it was working again, and he began following it to the coordinates he'd told Bria about. Level 132, Megablock 17, Block 5, Subblock 12, he kept repeating to himself. As he ascended the levels to ones that were to his mind, livable, his stomach growled when he caught whiffs of enticing odors from cafes and restaurants he passed. Finally, he saw a sign lighting up the night in a sleazy section that bordered the alien enclave. A huge venom-dripping Deveronian fur spider, picked out in garish greenish-black lights, dangled from an eye-searing scarlet web. The glow spider. At last. Noise and bustle filled the streets, and many of the passers-by were the worse for drink or drugs. Han passed the mouth of an alley and saw someone activate a light, then the blue flash and sizzle as a dose of glitter stim ignited. Han paused in an alcove across the street from the cantina, wondering whether Bria was waiting outside or inside. He hoped she hadn't gone inside alone, or had she gone to try and make contact with Nissi the specialist. He sighed, wiped his sweaty face with his hand, and felt his head spin from exhaustion, thirst and hunger. As he hesitated, Han felt someone grab his arm. He spun on his heel, hand going to the front of his jacket where the blaster was hidden, and then stopped when he saw Bria. "Honey," he gasped, grabbing her and holding her so tightly she began to struggle after a second. She felt and smelled so good. "Han," she gasped. "I can't breathe." He relaxed his grip slightly, stood swaying. She pushed his hair back from his brow, staring anxiously up into his eyes. "Oh Han. What happened?" Han felt his throat close up, and for a moment he was afraid he might disgrace himself and start bawling. But he took a deep breath, shook his head and said, "Not here." Let's find a place to stay and some food. I'm done in. Half an hour later, they were locked inside their room in a dingy flophouse. Han had been in worse, but it hurt him to see Bria's brave attempt to pretend she wasn't shocked by the dirt, the smells and the scuttling insects. But the place was cheap and seemed secure. The first thing Han did was wash up and drink several glasses of water. He still felt lightheaded, but the smell of the carrion food revived him somewhat. He sat down on the edge of the rickety bed, and he and Bria took turns eating out of the single container. The food returned some energy to Han's exhausted body. He swallowed the last bite and sat back, staring hollow-eyed at Bria, wondering where to begin. Han, you have to tell me, she said. I know from your expression that it's bad. You didn't get the money, did you? Han shook his head, then, slowly, haltingly, he told her what had happened. Tears filled Bria's eyes as she sat listening to him. Finally he stopped, or ran down. And I made it back here, he finished. The rest you know. Honey, he looked at her, feeling his throat close up, this is it. There's no place left to turn. I can't think of anything to do except use the last of our credits to try and get off-world. Then, we can work. I can get a job piloting, I know I can. He sighed and buried his head in his hands. Baby, this is my fault. I should have realized the huts would run an all-systems scan on my retinal patterns, and that they'd turn up all my aliases. I thought I'd been smart, but I was dumb as a box of rocks. Oh Bria. He groaned, and turned to her, sliding his arms around her, putting his head on her shoulder. Can you forgive me? She kissed his forehead and said softly, there's nothing to forgive. It wasn't your fault. If you hadn't done what you did, I'd be in a pleasure house being passed around from one stormtrooper to another. Never forget that, Han. You are a hero. You saved me, and I love you. I love you too, he said, looking into her eyes. I couldn't say it before, but I want you to know. I love you, Bria. She nodded, and a tear broke loose and coursed down her cheek. Han wiped it away with a fingertip. Don't cry, he said. I admit I came close to it myself earlier, but I've been thinking. If we can just get off this blasted world, I know we can manage. We can work. We'll make a life. I know we can. He hesitated, then blurted, we could even get married, sweetheart. If you want. He could tell she was profoundly moved by his awkward proposal, but she shook her head. Your dreams, Han. You can't give them up. We've gotten this close. We have to think of something. You're going to be an officer in the Imperial Navy, remember? It was his turn to shake his head. Not anymore, Bria. That's over now. I've got to think of what else I'm gonna do with my life. Oh Han, she began to cry in earnest. I can't bear to see you so hurt. I'm okay, he insisted, though it was a lie. Bria laid her head against his chest, then held him tightly. We're okay for tonight, Han said. Tomorrow we've got to do some heavy-duty planning. She was kissing him now, his cheek, his chin, his jaw, little desperate grazing kisses. Han held her tightly and captured her mouth, kissing her, touching her cheek, running his fingers through her hair, desperate to touch her, to be held by her touch. The dingy little room faded away, and all he could think about was how glad he was to be with her. In the early hours before daylight, on this world where night and day meant very little to anyone who wasn't living a wealthy, top-level existence, Bria Theron sat huddled in the grubby, cramped refresher unit. In her hands was a stylus, and before her was a sheet of flimsy and a large stack of credits. Faintly, from the bedroom, she could hear Han snoring lightly. He was so exhausted he'd never heard her get up and leave, never awakened when she'd returned hours later. Now she struggled with the flimsy and the stylus, stopping every so often to wipe away the tears that blurred her eyes, making it almost impossible to write. 6 or 7 times she'd voided the flimsy and started over, but time was ticking by, and she couldn't be here when Han awoke. If he awakened, Bria knew, she'd never ever be able to make herself go. So she was taking the coward's way out once again. Her sobs caught in her throat, and she pressed both hands against her chest. For a moment she wondered whether her heart might stop from the pain she felt, then she shook her head and told herself to stop delaying. "I'm so sorry," she made herself right. "Please forgive me for doing this." Tonight, for the first time, she'd realized that Han might not achieve his lifelong dream if she stayed with him. She'd been dragging him down, holding him back for weeks, but she hadn't wanted to admit it. But tonight, seeing the anguish in his eyes, hearing the catch in his voice, it had been too terrible to bear. So she had slipped out, found a bar where the proprietor had let her pay him to borrow his comm unit, and called her father. Bria had appealed for help, both for herself and for Han. The pile of credit vouchers on the floor was the result. Ren Theron was a man who knew how to get things done, and he had wasted no time. The money had been delivered to Bria by one of her father's Coruscant business associates, who had handed her the credits, refused thanks, then headed back out into the night, clearly glad to get away from the sleazy all-night tavern. During their brief conversation, Bria's father had warned her not to come home. Ren Theron told her that inspectors from Coruscant had come to the house shortly after Bria and Han escaped, asking about Bria's whereabouts. "I told them nothing," he said. "And your brother and mother aren't speaking to me, because I cut off their allowances for a month, even though they swore they hadn't called Coruscant. Be careful, dear." "I will, Dad," Bria promised. "I love you, Dad." "Thanks." "I've hurt him too," Bria thought. "Why do I always hurt the people I love the most?" Despair filled her, but she refused to let herself break down. All she could do for Han, if she loved him, was to leave him. "Be strong, Bria," she commanded herself. Gripping the stylus tightly, Bria wiped away her tears, then forced herself to finish the most difficult letter she would ever write. Han knew something was wrong even before he opened his eyes. There was no sound, none at all. "Bria," he called. "Where is she?" Sliding out of bed, he pulled on his clothes. "Bria, honey." No answer. Han took a deep breath and told his wildly hammering heart to calm down. She probably went out to get some stim tea and pastry for breakfast, he told himself. It was a reasonable guess, under the circumstances, but something told him that he was wrong. He sealed the front of his coverall, then picked up his jacket. Only then did he notice that Bria's duffel was gone. With a low moan of anguish, he saw something white protruding from the pocket of his jacket. Han pulled it out, and found himself holding a pouch filled with high-denomination credit vouchers. And there was something else too. A note. Written on creased and folded flimsy. Han shut his eyes, clutching it. It was nearly a full minute before he could force himself to open his eyes, force himself to read. "Dearest Han. You don't deserve for this to happen, and all I can say is I'm sorry. I love you, but I can't stay." Chapter 15. Out of the Fire. "She'll come back," was Han's first thought, and "I've lost her forever," was his second. He stared wildly around the room, feeling as if it might explode if he didn't do something. With a loud curse he hurled his jacket at the wall, then he yanked the pillows off the bed and flung them too. Not enough. Han wondered frantically if he were going mad. His head felt too small to contain his mind, and he was filled with the need to howl his pain and anguish aloud, like a Wookiee. "Ah!" he cried, and grabbing the battered chair that was one of the room's 3 pieces of furniture, Han swung it over his head and sent it crashing full tilt into the door. A loud curse from his next-door neighbor followed. The chair lay there on the threadbare floor matting, unbroken. The door was still intact too. Han collapsed onto the bed and just lay there for several minutes, head buried in his arms. The pain came and went in waves. His chest ached, simply breathing hurt. His only relief came when he felt numb all over. Somehow, the numbness was the worst of all. After a long time, it occurred to Han that he had not finished Bria's letter. Except for the pile of credit vouchers, it was all he had left of her, so he dragged himself upright and squinted in the dim light to read the shaky words on the flimsy. "Dearest Han. You don't deserve for this to happen, and all I can say is, I'm sorry. I love you, but I can't stay. Every day. I wonder if I'm going to snap and take the next ship back to Ilesia. I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to resist, but I must resist. I must face the fact that I am addicted to the exaltation, and that I must fight this addiction. I will need all my energy to do this and win, I'm afraid. I've been leaning on you for strength, but that's not good for either of us. You need all your strength and determination to pass those tests and make it through the academy. Please don't abandon your dream of becoming an officer, Han. Don't be afraid to use the money I left. My father gave it to us freely, because he likes you and is grateful to you. Like me, he recognizes that you saved my life. Accept his gift, please. We both want you to succeed. I've learned so much from you. How to love, how to be loyal and brave. I've also learned how to find people who will help me change my identity, so don't bother looking for me. I'm going away, and I'm going to beat this addiction. I'm going to do it if it takes my last measure of strength and courage. You've been free all your life, Han. And strong. I envy you for that. I'm going to be free someday too. And strong. Maybe then, we can meet again. Try not to hate me too much for what I'm doing. I don't blame you if you do though. Please know that, now and forever, I love you. Yours, Bria." Han made himself finish the letter all the way through. Each word burned its way into his mind like a laser torch. When he finished, he decided to go back and reread it, because he was trying to put off the moment when he'd have to start feeling and thinking again. While he was reading Bria's flimsy, it was as if she were still here. He could almost hear her voice. Han knew that the moment he stopped reading, she would be gone again. But this time, although he squinted hard, he couldn't make out the words. They were too blurred. "Honey," he whispered to the letter, his throat so raw that he could barely force the words out, "you shouldn't have done this. We were a team, remember?" Hearing himself use the past tense, Han shuddered, like a man in the grip of a fever. He got up and began pacing back and forth, back and forth. Moving seemed to be the only thing that could help him bear this. Waves of anger and frustration alternated with moments of grief so profound that he thought it might be easier to go mad. She lied. Never loved me. Rich girl, stuck up, just having a fling, used me to escape, used me till she got bored. I hate her. Han groaned aloud, shaking his head. No, I don't. I love her. How could she do this to me? She said she loved me. Liar. Liar. No, she meant it. Face it, Han, she's been suffering, you know it. Bria was troubled, in pain. Yes, she'd been in pain. Han remembered all those nights he'd found her sobbing, and had held her, tried to comfort her. Baby, why? I tried so hard to help. You shouldn't be alone. You should have stayed. We'd have worked it out. He was terrified that her addiction might send her running back to Ilesia. Han had no illusions about Teroenza's reaction if she did. The Tlandatil had no capacity to feel pity or to be merciful. The high priest would order Bria killed if he ever laid eyes on her again. Han stared dazedly around the squalid little room. Had it only been last night that they'd been here, in each other's arms? Bria had held him tightly, fiercely. Now Han realized the reason for her passion. She'd known she was holding him for the last time. He shook his head. How could things change so irrevocably in just a few hours? Turn time back, some childish part of his mind said. Make it be then, not now. I don't like now. I want it to be then. But of course that was stupid. Han caught his breath, and the sound was ragged, filled with pain. Almost a sob. Suddenly he couldn't stand being here, seeing this dreadful little room any longer. Stuffing his few belongings into his small bag, Han distributed handfuls of credit vouchers into his inside pockets, against his skin. Then he put on his ancient jacket and stuffed the blaster into the front of it. He walked out, down the hall, past the sleazy-looking woman at the desk. And kept walking. All day he walked, moving like a droid through the unsavory crowds of this area, which was one of the borderline, red-light districts that intersected with one of the non-human enclaves. He did not eat, could not face the idea of food. He was always conscious of the stolen blaster in the front of his jacket. With part of his mind, Han rather hoped that someone would try to rob him. That would give him an excuse to lash out, to maim or kill. He wanted to destroy something. Or someone. But nobody bothered him. Perhaps there was some aura he projected, some body language that warned others to keep hands off. His mind kept playing tug-of-war with his heart. He went over and over everything they'd ever said and done. Had he done something wrong? Was Bria a lovely, troubled but decent girl fighting a deadly addiction? Or was she a spoiled, callous rich kid who'd been playing a cruel game? Had she ever really loved him? At some point Han found himself on a street corner between two massive stone piles of rubble. In his hands was Bria's flimsy, and he was trying to read it by the flickering light of a brothel's sign. Han blinked. Must be raining. His face was wet. He looked up at the sky, but of course, there was no sky, only a rooftop high above. He held out a hand, palm up. No rain. Folding the letter, Han put it away carefully. He resisted the momentary urge to shred it, or blast it into cinders. Something told him he'd regret it if he did. Whatever she was, she's gone, he decided, straightening his shoulders. She's not coming back, and I've gotta pull myself together. First thing tomorrow, I go looking for Nissi the specialist at the glow spider. Han realized it was now late at night. He'd been wandering the streets for 12 or 15 hours. Fortunately, in this district, some places never slept. The Karelian realized that he needed both food and sleep. He was so empty and exhausted that his head spun. He began walking slowly back the way he'd come, realizing that every step felt as though he were treading on burning sand. His soles were abraded and blistered, and he limped. The pain in his feet was a welcome distraction. From now on, it's just me, Han Solo, he thought, stopping and peering up at the night sky, barely visible at the top of an airshaft. One star, or was it a space station? Winked against the blackness. Han's mental declaration had the conviction of a sworn oath. Nobody else. I don't care about anybody else. Nobody gets close from now on. I don't care how pretty she is, how smart or how sweet. No friend, no lover, nobody is worth this kind of pain. From now on, it's just me. Solo. With one part of his mind, he realized the grim irony of his inadvertent play on words, and he chuckled hollowly. From now on, his name was him. His name had come to stand for what he was, what was inside him. Solo. From now on. Just me. The galaxy and everything in it can go to blazes. I'm solo, now and forever. The last of the youthful softness had vanished from Han's features, and there was a new coldness, a new hardness in his eyes. He walked on into the night, and his boot heels sounded hard against the permacrete, as hard and unrelenting as the shell now sheathing his heart. A week later Han Solo walked toward the Hall of Admissions of the Imperial Space Academy. The building was a huge topmost-level structure, massive and solidly dignified in design. The light from Coruscant's small white sun made him blink. It had been a long time since he'd seen sunlight, and his eyes were still sensitive, still easily irritated. Having one's retinal patterns altered was possible, as Han had just proved, but it hadn't been a pleasant experience. He'd had the laser surgery and cell rearrangement, then he'd spent a day in a Bacta tank healing. He'd then worn a Bacta visor for 3 more days, lying in a little back room at Nissy's clinic. He'd put his forced inaction to good use though, and had listened to hours of canned history and literature recordings, boning up for the examinations he hoped to begin. Han was under no illusions that the academy testing would prove easy for him. His education had been spotty at best. Nissy the specialist had been worth every credit of his exorbitant fee. Han Solo now existed in the Imperial database, along with his retinal patterns and other identifying marks. Most of these scars were brand new, carefully placed on his body by Nissy's medical droids. Han had had most of his old scars erased. Han Solo now had IDs that were indistinguishable from those possessed by every loyal citizen of the Empire. For the first time in more than a decade he was clean. Han Solo wasn't wanted by anyone for anything. He no longer had to glance guiltily behind him or try to grow eyes in the back of his head. He didn't have to stay alert for the betraying flash of light, of a suddenly revealed blaster muzzle. He still tensed at loud noises, but that was just reflex. Han Solo was a regular citizen, not a hunted fugitive. He still had Vic Drago's and Genos Idanian's IDs, buried deep in a credit case, but he was simply waiting for a good chance to dispose of them. Han's face had never appeared on a wanted poster or in a database, only his original retinal patterns. And they were gone, erased. As he mounted the stone steps to the Hall of Admissions, Han's strides were sure and confident. He walked up to the human recruiting officer sitting behind the desk and smiled politely. "Hello," he said. "My name is Han Solo, and I'd like to apply for admission into the Imperial Academy. I've always wanted to be a naval officer." The clerk did not smile back, but he was civil. "May I see your identification, Mr. Solo?" "Certainly," Han said, and laid it on the desk. "This will take a moment. Please take a seat." Han sat, feeling inner tension, but telling himself he had nothing to be afraid of. Ren Theron's credits had seen to that. Minutes later the clerk handed Han's IDs back to him and offered a remote smile. "Everything checks out, Solo. You can begin the application and testing process today. Are you aware that over 50% of the candidates are not accepted? And that 50% of those accepted never complete their course at the academy? Yes, sir, I am, Han said. But I'm determined to try. I'm a good pilot. The Emperor needs good pilots, the man said, his smile actually genuine for a moment. Very well, let's get you started. The next week was a calculated nightmare. The first step was a thorough physical, more detailed than any Han had experienced before. The medical droids poked and prodded places that made Han long to give them a swift kick in their circuitry, but he bore it all stoically. He was very tense during the eye exam, but Nissy's droid had been an expert. The Imperial medical droid found nothing wrong. Han passed the physical with flying colors. His reaction time and reflexes were in the topmost percentile. Then came the hard part. Day after day, a steadily dwindling group of cadet candidates were ushered into private examination rooms. Each room came equipped with an examination droid, who posed the questions to the candidates, recorded their scores, and kept tabulations of their standing. Each night Han went back to his tiny little cubicle in yet another flophouse and fell asleep, exhausted, only to dream all night of taking exams. Cadet Candidate Solo, I am going to show you 4 types of body armor. Which of these was used by the Mandalorian forces during the last century? And, Cadet Candidate Solo, in what year did our glorious Emperor become President of the Imperial Senate? What historical event preceded his election? And, Cadet Candidate Solo, if a Victory-class Star Destroyer leaves Imperial Center at the displayed time, and carries the mass and weight of armament, cargo and troops, as displayed on this screen, which course and approach vector to the Dedalan system will produce the most fuel efficiency? Which course and approach vector will produce the best speed? Be prepared to show the figures for your answer. And, Cadet Candidate Solo, which battle of the Nullian Crisis brought about the liberation of the Bothan sector? On what date was it fought? Worst of all, as far as Han was concerned, were the cultural questions. Each cadet was expected to be an officer and a gentleman, or woman, and a certain amount of cultural acumen was required. Han sweated his way through questions such as, Cadet Candidate Solo, I am going to play music from 3 different worlds. Please identify the planet of origin of each piece of music. Ironically, Han was much better at answering the art questions than the music ones. His background as a thief and burglar had given him at least a passing acquaintance with art history and modern galactic art. When, after 3 days of relentless examinations, Han found himself still listed among the cadet candidates on the vid board in the giant hall of admissions, he was both surprised and ecstatic. The piloting tests covered the last 2 days of the week-long testing period. During this portion, Han's experience stood him in good stead. The candidates were taken off-world in large transports and shipped to nearby Imperial bases. Only one section of the advanced placement testing was conducted on Coruscant itself. Every day the candidates practiced piloting in a variety of different situations. Han did well, and knew he'd passed each test. Only one off note was struck. One of Han's testing officers, human instructors were used during this portion, commented sourly to the other instructors that he felt that Han's fastest time for assigned run score should be stricken because it was highly irregular for a cadet candidate to fly a shuttle through Emperor Palpatine's Arch of Triumph on Imperial Center, rather than above it. He frightened several thousand Imperial citizens. We received hundreds of complaints, the officer sputtered. The head testing officer shrugged. Nobody was injured, right? Correct, sir. Then Cadet Candidate Solo's score stands. Those citizens could use a little excitement from time to time. Good for their circulation, the head testing officer decided. Han was careful not to let on that he'd overheard the exchange. The Karelian knew that while he'd done well on the piloting examinations, he'd passed several of the other subjects by the barest skin of his teeth. Several times a minus sign appeared beside his name, indicating that he would be slated for remedial studies in that area, should he pass and be accepted into the academy. Not surprisingly, music was among those areas, as was ancient pre-Republic history, interspatial quantum physics, and nonlinear hyperspace geometry. Han studied every night and fell asleep to the sounds of cram recordings, droning reams of information as he slumbered. Actually, Han didn't really mind dreaming endlessly about the examinations each night. It beat dreaming of Bria. Finally, the day came when he stood before the vid board and looked for his name on the list of disqualified candidates, and failed to find it. Heart pounding, scarcely daring to hope, he went over to look at the other list across the hall, the one labeled Cadets Accepted. Han Solo. There it was, in glowing letters. Han stared at it, unable to think, hardly daring to believe it. But there it was. He hung around the hall for an hour, and went back 3 different times, and it was there every time. Finally, after the 3rd time, Han allowed himself to whisper, "Yes," and pump his fist into the air in triumph. He walked down the steps and out into the massive top-level plaza, feeling the cold evening air of Coruscant, like a dash of cold refreshing water. This calls for a celebration, he thought exultantly. Han treated himself to dinner at one of the posh upper-level restaurants, not too far from the Hall of Admissions. He ordered nerf medallions in tangy redder sauce, with a side of fried tubers, and a salad of assorted greens. He also ordered an Alderanian ale, which he sipped slowly, savoring it. Once, during dinner, he glanced around at the beautiful decor, taking in the swanky metal and living ice sculpture, the muted jizz trio, and the human servers. Several high-ranking Imperial officers were there, escorting attractive women in beautiful evening gowns. Han raised his glass unobtrusively into the air and whispered, "Bria, I made it. I sure wish you were here to share this with me, sweetheart." After paying the exorbitant price for the meal without a single regret, Han walked out of the restaurant and strolled across the broad elegant plaza. The weather deflector mounted high above the plaza kept off most of the wind, so he was almost warm enough as he walked. He sealed up his old jacket against the chill. All around him, and above him, Han could see the topmost spires and roofs of the highest buildings. This plaza was located right below the highest level in this part of Coruscant. Long, corkscrewed ramps led up to the upper level, in addition to the ubiquitous turbolifts. Once out of the brightest glare of the lights, Han leaned against a railing and tried to see the stars. He picked out 1 or 2 of the brightest, but the horizon completely overshadowed the heavens. Red and green auroras shimmering and flickered, seemingly painted against the blackness by some mad gargantuan artist. It was a breathtaking view. "I made it." Han smiled. And then froze, as something hard and small and round jabbed into the small of his back. The muzzle of a blaster. A voice Han recognized, even though it had been nearly 5 months since he'd heard it, said jovially, "Hey Han. Good to see you again, boy. I have to admit, you weren't easy to find." This can't be happening, Han thought. Not now. It's not fair. The genial tones held a chuckle now. "Han, why don't you turn around real slow and easy, and let's talk face to face." Han turned, very slowly, and as he had known he would, found himself face to face with Garrus Shrike. The captain of Trader's Luck had replaced his gaudy uniform with his old bounty hunter's garb of scarred leather vest, trousers and snug-fitting Alderanian nerf wool tunic, but otherwise he looked exactly the same as he had the night Han had left him sprawled unconscious on the deck plates. No. Han thought, there's something different. After a moment he realized that he was looking slightly down at Shrike. "It's me that's different. I've grown a little. I'm taller." Shrike scrutinized him. "Well, ain't you handsome boy," he said. "Too bad you can't come back with me to the Luck and let some of the ladies get a look at you. You'd be a real favorite, I'm sure." Han finally found his voice. "What do you want, Garrus?" he demanded coldly. "Oh, so it's Garrus now, is it? Think you're my equal, do you?" The man backhanded Han viciously across the face. When Han started to react, the blaster dug threateningly into his midsection. Silently the younger man wiped blood from a split lower lip. "Well, you're not my equal, and don't you forget it. All you are to me is a pile of credits from the Hutts for bringing Vic Drago back to them alive." "The Hutts are looking for me?" Han asked, stalling for time. "They're looking for Vic Drago, and Gino Idanian, and all the rest of your aliases, boy. But you're Han Solo now, aren't you? And I'm the only one in the whole galaxy, practically, who knew that Han Solo was also Vic Drago and all those others. So when I saw the Hutt advert, I decided to come out of retirement just for you. Too many credits to pass up." "I see," Han said. Shrike rocked his head back with another hard slap. "No, you don't see, Han. You don't see that things ain't been going good for the Luck lately. You don't see that Lared's never been the same since your Wookiee hag dislocated his arm. Those credits from the Hutts are gonna turn things around for all of us." "Really?" Han asked. "I don't see how just capturing me is going to change your luck. You do better to pull some kind of scam on Gamor. And I'm afraid, Garrus, that I can't go along with this little scheme of yours." As he spoke, Han had begun lowering his voice, little by little, speaking more and more softly. Unconsciously, Shrike leaned forward slightly to hear, just as Han, with a wild scream, leapt straight at him. One arm swept up in a block, sweeping Shrike's arm, and almost at the same moment, Han brought his knee up into the man's groin. As Shrike doubled over with a grunt, Han punched him in the jaw, hard. The captain went down. The blaster dropped out of Garrus's hand, and Shrike grabbed for it. Han kicked it away, sending it skittering into the black sharp-edged shadows. Then he leapt over Shrike's crouched form and bolted for the ramp landing up to the tallest roof. From there he could hide and catch a horizontal tube or a turbolift. Han couldn't believe he'd actually managed to down Shrike in a fight. While he'd been growing up, he'd lived in terror of the captain's temper and his hard fists. Han reached the ramp and went up the corkscrew with the rush of a ship using full thrusters. He reached the top of the ramp and hesitated, looking around. The rooftop looked otherworldly with its double-edged shadows from Coruscant's 2 small moons, edging everything into aching sparkling white, and bands of gray that plunged into impenetrable darkness. As Han headed out across the rooftop, still scanning for a turbolift, a blue bolt shot out of the darkness at his right. The shot had come from the doorway of a turbolift. Blaster on stun, Han thought, running again, zigzagging frantically. Shrike? How could he have got up here so fast? Another stun beam. Han bolted across the rooftop like a Vrelt running before a blaster ray, running as he'd never run before in his life. He passed another turbolift entrance, pulled up, and headed toward it. As he reached it, the door opened, and Shrike stood there, silhouetted in the doorway, blaster in hand. Han skidded to a halt on the icy permacrete and reversed direction. Shrike, here. Who fired those other shots then? But he was too busy racing across the rooftop to give the question much consideration. Shrike's blaster spat blue-green in the shadows. The uppermost level was mostly reserved for courting couples and was not well lit. Only the light of Coruscant's two small moons illuminated the area. Han's breath was visible in the darkness as he raced across the permacrete, leaping over curbs and exposed conduits. The uppermost spires of several buildings stuck up from the permacrete like grotesque stone evergreens. Han hurdled one and skidded on hoarfrost as he landed. It was cold up here, away from the protection of the weather deflector. His leather jacket offered little protection. "Stop or I'll fry your ass," Shrike yelled, and another stun beam split the night. Han lengthened his strides, fleeing like a hunted animal, desperate to escape. Daring to look back over his shoulder, he saw Shrike's dark form light up faintly in the reflected glow from another stun beam. Turning forward again, Han ran faster, harder, only to come to a screeching halt and stand teetering on the edge where the permacrete dead ended. Arms windmilling, Han threw himself backward. He had a brief glimpse of the gorgeously lit plaza, 10 or more stories below him, including the elegant restaurant where he'd eaten dinner. Through the shimmer of the weather deflectors, he could see the elegant statues, the exotic flowers and greenery. Dinner seemed a lifetime ago. Han turned right, skidded a little, and headed the other way. Another stun beam lashed at him. His breath burned his chest as he gasped in the freezing air. He hurdled another spire, felt it brush the inside of his trouser leg, but made it and ran on, dodging into a patch of shadow to escape another stun bolt. The shadow suddenly gave way to complete and utter emptiness as an airshaft dropped away into nothingness. Han was going too fast to stop. With a yell of terror, he leapt as hard as he could, and managed to clear the yawning gap. He landed heavily on the other side, fell, and rolled over gasping, wind knocked out, trying to get to his feet again. He skidded on the icy permacrete, flailing, just as a stun beam splat right beside him. Han's entire right side went numb. The Corellian crashed back to the permacrete with an agonizing grunt. Letting himself go limp, he waited, hoping that he'd regain the use of his right side in time. Depending on the intensity level Shrike was using, it might take 2 minutes, or 10. Breathing was torture, but Han gulped down every lungful, ignoring the pain. He needed to get his wind back in case feeling returned to his right side. Footsteps approached from his left. Shrike, going around the airshaft Han had hurdled. Han lay still. Only the white plume of his breath revealed that he still lived. The footsteps paused beside him, circled him. Han could see Shrike's form dimly, through his eyelashes. Then a boot kicked him viciously in his right leg. Han gasped with the pain. "You lowlife scum," Shrike spat. "For 2 credits I'd dump your worthless hide off the edge for what you did." The fact that Han could feel pain in the place where Shrike's heavy boot had struck him was good. The stun paralysis was wearing off. But Han did not move, only lay limp as Shrike grabbed him by the collar of his jacket and dragged him over the permacrete, bumping and slithering toward the nearest turbolift. The trader captain was cursing steadily and, Han realized with a flare of satisfaction, walking with a distinct limp. The Corellian made himself the heaviest, deadest weight he could, as he bumped along over the rooftop, feeling the icy scrape of the permacrete. His right hand tingled as it dragged, and that was good too. When Shrike reached the turbolift, he let go of Han's collar. It was hard to just let himself fall, but Han managed to make it look good, without banging his head too hard. Shrike's glittery-eyed countenance, a bruise darkening his jaw, appeared in his field of vision. "Now we're going down in this lift, and you're going to behave yourself, you little vrelt. We're going to be real chummy, you and me. I'm going to say you're my buddy who had too much to drink." Han could hear the turbolift coming. He flexed the muscles of his right leg, his right arm. They responded, if sluggishly. He didn't have much time. So tell me, Han, did you make it into the Imperial Academy? Shrike asked, just as though Han could speak. Is that why you were out treating yourself good tonight, eh? He laughed. The imps must be real hard up if they'd take a loser like you. He spat, and warm spittle hit Han's face, just above his right eye. Han was careful not to react. The turbolift was very close. When those doors opened, Shrike would be distracted for a few precious seconds, and then he would make his move. Imperceptibly, Han flexed his right fingers, and they answered the command of his brain. Shrike was still ranting. Those Imperials can't shoot straight, can't pilot, and can't fight worth a hoot. It's a wonder old Palpatine can get himself out of bed in the morning. All a bunch of losers. The turbolift doors opened. Shrike looked up, just as Han lunged up off the permacrete. The element of surprise served him for a moment. Han managed to knock the blaster out of Shrike's hand again, but then Garrus was on him. Iron-hard hands clamped around the younger man's throat. Han's eyes bulged as he hooked a leg behind Shrike's and sent the man over backward. Shrike didn't release his grip, so Han went down with him, and they landed in a kicking-punching sprawl. Han slammed a fist into Shrike's midsection, heard the man grunt in pain. The fingers around his throat loosened for a second then. Shrike released his grip and tried to gouge Han's eye. His right eye. The viciously gouging thumb skidded in Shrike's own saliva, and Han turned his head and snapped like an animal. His teeth closed on Shrike's thumb, clamped down. Shrike screamed as Han tore his flesh. The Corellian tasted blood. Han took advantage of the man's momentary distraction to bring his knee up into Shrike's midsection. The older man's breath whooshed out in a stinking rush of white, into the cold night air. Han heaved upward, throwing Shrike off him. The man lost his grip and went sprawling backward. Han scrambled for where he'd heard the blaster land, and his fingers found it. Shrike was already up and heading purposefully for the younger man. When Han came up onto his knees, the blaster pointed directly at him. Han ostentatiously thumbed the intensity level up to its highest setting. "Your turn to freeze, Shrike," he said. Speaking brought on a spasm of coughing and searing pain in Han's abused throat, but he managed to get Shrike in his sights. Shrike laughed, and slowed, but didn't stop. He was perhaps 6 meters away. "Now, Han, son," he said coaxingly, "old Captain Shrike was just having a little fun with you is all. I wasn't going to turn you over to those huts, no indeed. Did you know you killed one of them, boy? Huts don't like that, no they don't. They're never going to stop searching for old Vic Drago, you know." "Stop right there," Han said, and was terrified to hear the quaver in his own voice. He'd never shot anyone down in cold blood before. Especially someone he knew. Could he do it? Shrike grinned as if he could read Han's mind. "Come on, Han. You know you ain't going to shoot me. You can't. I'm like your daddy, almost." Han shook his head and replied with a Huttese obscenity so blistering that Shrike raised his eyebrows. "Oh my, you've developed such a dirty mouth while you were gone, ain't you, kid?" He was still moving. Only about 4 meters separated them now. Han tightened his grip on the blaster, but he was horrified to realize the muzzle was wavering. "Let's go down below and talk about this, Han," Shrike said, his voice low and soothing. "I won't hurt you, you've got my word on it." "Your word," Han laughed, then coughed. "That's a laugh. Your word isn't worth spit." "Sure, my word. Besides, if you shoot me, boy, you'll never find out about your parents. Who they were, why you wound up being dumped into those alleys where I found you." Han stared at Shrike. You know who they were. You know why I was abandoned. He swallowed, and it was searing pain. Tell me, and I may let you live. Shrike was almost within grabbing distance of the blaster now. Only a meter or so away. Han knew he should shoot him, knew Shrike couldn't be trusted, but still he hesitated. Tell me, Shrike. I'll tell you everything when you give me the blaster, Shrike said. Everything. You have my word. Shoot him. Now. Han's mind screamed. With a wash of red light, a blaster bolt struck garish Shrike directly in the chest. The captain threw up his hands, a look of terror and pain contorting his features. He fell backward like a stone, dead before he hit the permacrete. Han stared wildly at his hand. His finger was on the trigger of the blaster, but he hadn't moved it, had he? The shot, he realized, a second later, had come from behind him. Han whirled, still on his knees, to find himself facing another man. He was human, young, medium tall, slender build. Darkish hair frosted by moonlight. He held a drawn blaster, and every line of him screamed, "Bounty Hunter." "Okay, kid, it's over," he said, removing a pair of wrist binders from his belt. "Stand up. You're coming with me." Those first two shots, Han thought. It must have been him. He followed me up here, and just waited for Shrike to take me down, so he could step in and get me. As if he'd sensed what Han was thinking, the bounty hunter added, "I knew old Shrike would find you. The Hutts don't have a picture of you, so I followed Shrike, 'cause he practically raised you, didn't he, Vic? I knew he'd pick you out for me." "No." Han's mind screamed. "Not now. Not again." He was still stiff from the paralysis, exhausted and hurt from the fight with Shrike. Every muscle screamed with pain and weariness. The bounty hunter gestured with the blaster. "Drop your blaster, kid, or I'll stun you right in the head and scramble your brains good. The Hutts want you alive, but they didn't say nothing about in your right mind. Drop it." Shaking, Han dropped the blaster from his nerveless fingers. With a grunt of effort, he tried to get up, but his right leg buckled beneath him. "My leg," he mumbled. "Right leg won't take my weight. Shrike kicked me." "Yeah, I saw him. Not very professional of him, but old Shrike always was hot-tempered," the bounty hunter said. Moving forward, he added, "Now I'm going to give you a hand up." "Don't try," with a demented howl, Han hurled himself headfirst into the bounty hunter's midsection. This man was younger than Shrike, stronger and faster. But Han was fighting like a madman, with the strength born of utter desperation. He had nothing to lose, and he knew it. The bounty hunter went over backward with a yell of surprise. Han threw himself after him, pummeling the man. Recovering himself, the bounty hunter slammed Han across the temple with the muzzle of his blaster. Blood spurted, ran into Han's left eye, but the Corellian didn't let it slow him down. He clawed his way up the other's body as though it were a jungle vine and headbutt the bounty hunter, slamming his forehead into the man's nose. Han heard and felt cartilage break against the bone of his skull. The man's shrill scream rang through the night. Cursing, the bounty hunter grappled with Han, slamming him on the back and in the kidneys with the blaster. Han grabbed his arm and slammed his hand against the permacrete, wham, wham. The blaster dropped from the man's fingers. Han butted the bounty hunter in the face again, ignoring the splitting of his own skin. "You're not taking me," the Corellian yelled, slamming his head into the man's face repeatedly. With a yell of terror, the bounty hunter heaved upward with all his strength and sent Han flying. The Corellian hit, tried to roll, and slammed up against the structure that housed the turbolift. The bounty hunter, his face a gory mask from his broken nose and split lips, rushed for Han, murder in his eyes. Han waited until the last possible second, then dodged. As the man went by, Han slammed his full weight into the other's shoulder. The bounty hunter's head impacted with the stone structure with a crack that seemed to echo throughout the icy night. The man jerked, went limp, then slid down the wall, to lie motionless on the permacrete. Weaving, biting his lip, and swallowing bile, Han lurched to his feet and stumbled over to the man. 2 fingers against his throat assured the Corellian that the bounty hunter was now as dead as Garish Shrike, who was lying sprawled a few meters away, staring up at the twin moons with blank sightless eyes. Han slid down the wall in his own turn and just sat there, his head whirling, sick and exhausted. He began to shake all over, and the bout lasted for nearly a minute. Gotta get hold of myself, he thought dully. Gotta think. Think. Climbing back to his feet, Han staggered over to the bounty hunter again and stood eyeing him. The man was about his own size, and he, too, had brown hair. Darker than Han's own, but that might not be noticed. Han's breath puffed white as he yanked on the man's boots, pulling them off. Slowly, methodically, he set about stripping the bounty hunter. 5 minutes later, Han stood swaying, dressed now in the bounty hunter's clothing. Grimly, he began putting his own clothes onto the corpse, his worn gray pilot's jumpsuit, his battered lizard-skin jacket, his boots. He replaced the bounty hunter's blaster in his holster. Lastly, he took a handful of credits, and all of his faked IDs, and placed them in the man's inside pocket, sealing the pocket shut. Then he sealed the jacket closed too. Stumbling and limping, Han went looking for Shrike's blaster. He found it finally, and went back to the body. Wincing, he adjusted it to its highest setting, aimed the weapon, then, turning his head to the side, he fired directly into the corpse's face. When he forced himself to look, the dead man no longer had a face or eyes. Or retinas. Han staggered away a few feet and was thoroughly, wretchedly sick. The thought of what that meal had cost him made him even sicker. With a groan of effort, he grabbed the body beneath the arms and dragged the bounty hunter across the icy permacrete, just as Shrike had dragged him. He went backward slowly, carefully, until he was once again beside that deep, deep airshaft that he'd jumped. Han peered down, then looked away quickly, fighting dizziness. The shaft went down a long, long way. He rolled the body to the edge, then, with a hard push of both hands, sent the bounty hunter over the edge, tumbling out into empty air. Han didn't watch the body fall. With dragging, limping steps, he lurched back to Shrike's body and placed the captain's blaster in the dead fingers. Then he pressed the button to summon the turbolift. When the doors opened, he nearly fell into the lighted interior. The turbolift started down, and Han stood swaying, bracing himself with both hands. He had to work at not passing out. It had been a long night. Epilogue. Rebirth. Han Solo stood alone amid the teeming mass of cadets gathered at the rooftop landing field on Coruscant. The tight collar of his new uniform chafed his neck, but he resisted the urge to tug at it. Doing so might wrinkle it, and Han wanted to look his best. All around him, cadets were being hugged and kissed farewell by their families. Only a few cadets were alone, as he was. Han scanned the crowd and noticed a dark-skinned boy a few meters away, who didn't seem to have anybody. And there was a young woman with military short hair standing across the landing field who was also alone. But most of the cadets had fathers, and mothers, brothers and sisters and grandparents, uncles and aunts and cousins, who'd come to see them off in their hour of triumph. Han felt a wave of loneliness. He was older than the other cadets, and that too set him apart. But hey! I'm here. I made it. The transport Imperator lay waiting for them on the landing field. Soon, the cadets would be boarding it for their trip to Karita, the Imperial military training world. Han smiled a little as he studied its lines, its oversized dorsal fin. A Karelian corvette. How fitting. He gazed at the crowd again, searchingly, and suddenly realized that he'd been hoping to see a certain red-gold head among the well-wishers. Dumb, Solo. Really dumb. You didn't really expect her to show up, did you? She's long gone. No, Han decided, he really hadn't expected Bria to show up. But maybe, deep down, he'd hoped she would. He sighed. Dulana had used to quote an old Wookiee proverb at him, something that translated into basic as, roughly, joy unmixed with sorrow is suspect. Dulana. If only she could see him now. Han imagined her, her tall, shaggy form, her snubbed black nose, her little twinkling eyes nearly hidden beneath tufts of graying tan Wookiee hair. She would be very proud today, he knew that. For a moment she was so real that he could almost imagine her, could almost hear her growls and moans as she told him how proud he'd made her. She'd ruffle up his hair so he'd look attractively scruffy. Han smiled faintly at the idea. I made it, Dulana, he told her image silently. Look at me. You're my family, my only family, so it's right that you be here today, even if you're only in my memory. And Bria. Face it, Solo, you still care. You still watch for her, and listen for the sound of her step, her voice. You need to get over this, man. Han shook his head, as though he could dismiss Bria's image as easily as he'd summoned Dulana's. But he was taking Bria aboard the Imperator, as surely as if she were here, walking beside him. No matter how he tried, he couldn't forget her. Another of Dulana's old Wookiee proverbs surfaced in his mind, to have a good memory is to be both blessed and cursed. How right you are, Dulana, Han thought. He shifted his weight, and stabbing pain in his right leg reminded him of the fight the night before last. Han blew out his breath. He's dead, Dulana, he thought. Your killer is dead. You can rest easier knowing that, I'll bet. An Imperial officer was making his way through the crowd now. As he passed Han, the lieutenant paused and looked at him sharply. Your name, Cadet? Han snapped to attention. Cadet Han Solo, sir. You forget how to salute, Cadet Solo. No, sir, Han said, and gave the man his best salute. The officer gazed at Han's face. Cadet Solo, what happened to your face? For a moment Han was tempted to say he walked into a door, but he decided that the truth was probably the best answer. Sir, I got in a fight. Really? I could never have told, the lieutenant said, a tinge of sarcasm in his voice. What was the fight about, Cadet Solo? Han thought fast. My opponent insulted the Imperial Navy, sir. After all, it was true. The lieutenant raised an eyebrow. Really, Cadet? That was most unwise of him. Did you give him a good thrashing for his disrespect, Cadet Solo? Han remembered just in time not to nod. I did, sir. I assure the lieutenant that he will never say anything insulting about the Imperial forces again, sir. Very good, Cadet Solo. The lieutenant smiled faintly and walked on, to the head of the group. Han breathed a long, slow sigh of relief. Made it through that one. An amplified voice echoed across the landing fields. A non-commissioned officer was standing beside the lieutenant, giving orders. Imperial cadets. Assemble in ranks. There was general confusion for a second, then the lines of cadets formed into ranks. We will board the transport ship in rows. No talking, and pick up your feet. Silence fell. Han was in row 4. He stood as straight as he could, looking neither left nor right, waiting for his orders to move. From somewhere, the martial theme of the Imperial Navy began playing in the background. Row 1. March. Row 2. March. Row 3. March. Excitement coursed through Han, singing in his blood. This is it. What I've waited for all my life. Row 4. March, bawled the non-com. Han right-faced smartly and followed the man ahead of him toward the Imperator. As he marched, he allowed himself a faint smile. Today it begins, he thought. My real life begins. He imagined Dulana's and Bria's faces. They were smiling too. His feet were on the ramp. Han took a deep breath, the kind of breath that a newborn might draw in order to give its first cry, its first shout of, "I'm here. Listen to me, I'm alive." Han Solo felt new, as though he'd just been born. The dark past tumbled off his shoulders, and only the bright future lay ahead. He marched forward into it eagerly, and did not look back. The end. May the Force be with you, always. This has been an unabridged version of the Star Wars Legends novel. Han Solo, The Paradise Snare. Written by A.C. Crispin. Transcribed and edited to parody, and suit being read aloud with an AI voice, by Doug MacLeod. The original work is a copyright of the author A.C. Crispin and Lucasfilm. The story continues in the Star Wars Legends novel. Han Solo, The Hutt Gambit. Available to purchase online, and at any good bookstore. Please, support the author, A.C. Crispin, and buy her work. Star Wars Legends are, as the name suggests, stories based on real events. These tales have been passed down through the ages from, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Based on truth, these stories contain many alternate events, facts and embellishments, replacing missing details lost over time. Star Wars Legends exist within the canonical events of the Star Wars saga. They are an integral part of the canon story, and should be considered as a vital source of Star Wars knowledge, despite any shortcomings contained within. Thank you for listening. I hope you have enjoyed this story. I would also recommend buying a copy of the original work to read for yourself. The vocal inflections and certain pronunciations here are inspired by my own perception, occasionally limited somewhat by the abilities of the AI reader.